see some significant reduction as compared to the outturn of 2024. That one, you should expect to see that. And I'll make it a point to announce the change in expenditure so that you will be satisfied and you'll be able to see that the government of Ghana has taken a bold step to reduce expenditure. You'll be seeing this is the President Mohamed's administration. It's not like the previous administration. And so if in the past budget was prepared, releases were made, and those releases were not actually paid by the Controller Accountant General, we should not assume that it is going to continue under President Mohamed's administration. Budgeting has to be credible. And if you prepare a budget, you should prepare a budget with the hope that you are going to execute the budget. If you prepare the budget with wrong assumptions, and if you don't end up by ensuring that what you have budgeted for, you implement it properly, then it becomes a problem. But on the issue of releases, expect a strong announcement in the budget. And that I can assure you, expect that. And then I think the last question was the last question. I think it has to do with allocations, isn't it? And you made reference to the District Assembly Common Fund and all. Let's wait for the budget. We'll make some strong announcement as part of the budget.
Shopper, what could pay no trash? Until that will be the best. Yes, Reno. Our banner now can't say obejo. Nin so with my unity man by no on your my no ema so yes
portends good news for the people of Ghana, and in the end all will appreciate that the Mahama administration has gone to great extents to keep faith with them and build an economy that will be beneficial to the generality of our people.
To what extent have these consultations found space? You mentioned the National Economic Dialogue, but we know that subsequently the Finance Minister has been engaging young persons on social media and then market women as well in the lead up to this. Some have described it as populist and not really going to find space in the budget because the budget may have been prepared already. How would you respond to some of these?
No. What happened is that Cabinet approved the framework for the budget, the key, policy proposals. But there's always room for input from various stakeholders. So you find that during the National Economic Dialogue, the minister made a commitment to ensure that inputs emanating from that dialogue find space in the budget. He also went to the market. He has engaged Ghanaian youth. So the concerns raised during those consultations would find space within the budget in a manner that is satisfactory, that convinces people that this government is one of inclusion and one that respects the views of all Ghanaians.
Honorable, thank you. I'm sure we can speak a lot more afterwards. I appreciate that you could speak to us. That's the Minister for Government Communications as well, speaking to us. And so a lot more.
Let's get into the conversations with Dr. Adu Sarkodie, an economist, as well as Dr. Benatete Dumanya. There's also Edward Kariwe, an agronomist and agronomist consultant and GAU former General Secretary. Dr. Sarkodie, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us in the studios here. It's a big day for the Finance Minister today. The expectations very high. A lot of promises the NDC made before they won their 2024 general elections. Tax cuts in the face of where the country finds itself. And this is to you, Dr. Sarkodie. In the face of where the country finds itself right now, how do we marry the two?
Good morning to my co-panelists and everybody. Well, it's difficult to talk about tax cuts and at the same time find ways of financing your expenditure.
Right.
We want to keep the gap between revenue and expenditure, and so we want to raise enough revenue to provide public goods and services, free SHS, capitation grants, school feeding program, etc. The conversation about taxation is that taxes are designed for two purposes.
Right.
First, to raise revenue, and second, to change consumption pattern.
Okay.
If you want to discourage, say, smoking or alcoholism, then you impose deterrent taxes to change the consumption pattern. And if you want to tax to raise revenue, you must go to the areas that have high revenue generating potentials to tax them. And so we should always look at the tax and design it very well make it simplified. I think Guta and AGA have always been complaining the tax system is not simplified. So we must simplify it in such a way that you can get more revenue without necessarily even increasing the rates or introducing new taxes. In the midst of all these conversations, the NDC government has also promised. Let me take you back. We've seen that over the period, the political parties try to implement the promises in their manifestos.
I'd like for you to hold on for me and let's go to Parliament and listen to what Samik Jemfi is saying to my colleague Eric Mawanagweta. We'll get back and you make your point.
Promises we made to the people of this country in the run-up to the 2024 polls. Our promises were well thought through, and we knew right from the outset that those policies we're promising are pragmatic and implementable. And so we are not going to have any difficulties keeping faith with the people of this country. Abba and Papa Abba, the change we voted for is here. The hope the people of this country need is here. And I'm very optimistic that by the time the finance minister is done reading this budget, many Ghanaians will find hope in his words, because we are going to have a budget that responds to our needs, responds to our aspirations as a people. A budget that will ease hardships, a budget that will create jobs, a budget that will create prosperity for all, and a budget that will respect the social contract that we in the NDC have with the good people of this country. And so I have no doubt in my mind that the promises we made at the polls will be implemented by this government starting from today, the reading of our first budget.
Just quickly on your mandates, PMMC, the Gold Board, the importance, natural resources, which we're expected to be able to get a bit more from. A lot of confusion in the minds of Ghanaians wanting to liken it to Cocoa Board and the huge debts that they've incurred subsequently. What's the clear vision of this Gold Board which you're seeking, your administration is seeking to implement?
Well, the objective is very clear. The objective for the Gold Board is to optimize forex mobilization and gold reserve accumulation for the country. And it is all aimed at stabilizing the national currency, the Ghana cedi, and creating prosperity for the people of this country. And I know that today the Minister for Finance will throw more light on the Gold Board in the budget, and those who have questions may have their questions answered. But even beyond the budget, the bill that we were tasked to put together by the President and the Finance Minister is ready, and I know that the Minister will be laying that before Parliament in the next couple of days. So everything is being done in a very transparent manner because it is about Ghanaians. It is about how we can all have a solid national currency and have a control over the dollar rates, which is killing businesses and killing Ghanaians. That is what the Gold Board is all about. And I'm sure that today a lot more clarity will be provided by the Minister for Finance in today's budget. But above all I want to say is that Abba and Papa Abba, just brace yourself for far-reaching policies in this budget that will help us build the Ghana we want and create prosperity for all of us, create a country where all of us can realize our potential as a people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Samik Jemfi. Let's speak to Dr. Gideon Boaku. Dr. Gideon Boaku, just briefly, he was an advisor to the president, the vice president, I should say, in a conversation with the acting CEO of PMMC as well. Quick conversation. Let's speak to Dr. Gideon Boaku now. With respect to expectations. Doc, thank you very much for joining us. A big day for the Mahama administration. You and the NPP have stressed that a lot of what we will be seeing going forward will be the work that you've put in place as a result of the IMF program. What are your expectations today as Dr. K.C. Alatoforson reads that budget?
Well, it's a day for Ghana. This is the budget for the country, and that is to be presented by the finance minister on behalf of the president. As we all know, budgets are to give indication of how the government intends to raise revenue and also spend the revenue that he raises. I believe that where we are as a country, there's so much expected of the Ghanaian people. What I want to see the finance minister present is a candid appreciation of the situation, where we're coming from, the strides that have been made so far by previous governments, and what he's also going to add to what he inherited. It is important as a finance minister for him to realize that whatever he says today, good or bad, presents a certain image of the country to both Ghanaians and people outside the country. And so he has to be very candid, present the true picture. If he's talking about data, he has to deal with verified data, because a lot of government data are in transition. And so as a finance minister, your core responsibility is, if you're making payments, you make payments from claims that are verified. What we are hearing, I don't want to believe, is that the finance minister intends to present some debts and claims that are not verified, to let it look so big and present to Ghanaians to say that this is how much we owe, and for that matter, the country was run down. Yesterday, we were very lucky to have the Ghana Statistical Service present the economic data of this country. And the data that was presented by the Ghana Statistical Service puts our nominal GDP beyond 1 trillion cedis. It has never happened in the history of this country. It tells you that when the former finance minister, Mr. Kenneth Ofori-Atta, presented the 2024 budget in November 2023, and he said that for the first time, Ghana was going to record a nominal GDP of over 1 trillion. Kenneth Ofori-Atta was right. It also tells you that no matter how you want to pass a judgment on President Akufo-Addo's government, the economy that President Akufo-Addo and the NPP came to meet, that was growing at 3.4%. Today, the Statistical Service says that Ghana's economy is growing at 5.7%. So what President Mahama left us of 3.4% has been upgraded, increased to 5.7%. Not just that, in terms of the nominal GDP, which measures the size of our economy, President Mahama left us with a GDP of $219 billion cedis. Today, Akufo-Addo has increased that size of the economy with a nominal GDP of 1.2 trillion cedis.
The big question is whether or not it's come with the tangibles for the ordinary Ghanaian. Some of these growth figures, GDP growth of 5% you speak of, has not come directly with growth, and this growth has been linked to the mining and quarrying sectors, which have not been something that's come along with job creation and the likes. There's been debts which have plagued this economy by and large, which has been spoken to. And so yes, there may have been growth. Yes, the economy in nominal terms may have reached $1 trillion. This government says there are teething problems and we're still not out of the woods yet.
There's no government that will not have teething problems. You cannot have an economy grow from 219 billion to 1.2 trillion and not expect to see significant improvements. That is why you are seeing that the NPP government provided the largest number of ambulances that Ghana had never had, the largest number of school infrastructure that has never been witnessed in this country, the largest number of hospitals that had never been witnessed in this country, the largest number of roads that had never been witnessed in this country. So the evidence is there for everybody to see. And the provision of safety nets, in terms of social interventions, everybody knows that if you want to compare any government with Kwame Nkrumah, it is the Akufo-Addo and the NPP government that has provided the most social safety nets to the people of this country. So, a 1.2 trillion nominal GDP cannot be washed away. Okay, that's the most important thing, that you should know that is the asset that President Akufo-Addo and the NPP have bequeathed to to President Mahama. President Mahama, when he was leaving office, did not leave us this huge asset as Akufo-Addo has bequeathed the country.
Just final question with respect to inflation targeting. We've heard the minister mention something in the regions of 8% by end of this fiscal year. Ambitious or achievable, considering the statistical service pegged February inflation at 23.1%?
It's not ambitious. It is the foundations that the NPP government has laid that is seeing that significant drop in inflation. Remember, in 2022, following the Russian-Ukraine crisis, Ghana's inflation, like that of UK, America, and all other countries, skyrocketed. In our case, it went to 54%. Gradually, from 2002, 2003 to 2024, we have seen inflation drop from 54% to 23%. That is unprecedented. That is the sharpest drop, a turnaround following crisis for an African country. And that drop in inflation is expected to continue this year. And that is why the IMF and the World Bank last year, following the significant gains that were made on the economic management, projected that Ghana's inflation is supposed to drop to 8 plus or minus 2 this year. So it is a target that is achievable. It's a target that is coming from the foundations that have been laid. And so the finance minister should be able to acknowledge this. You can't wash away the significant strides that the Akufo-Addo government made. And that's what we are seeing, the signs we are seeing today. You are inheriting an economy that is worth 1.2 trillion. 1.2 trillion. That is the economy that President Akufo-Addo and the MPP have left for President Mahama. When he was leaving, he left Ghana 219 billion. Akufo-Addo has increased that. If your father inherited your grandfather and was able to grow the size and the wealth of the family from 219 billion to 1.2 trillion, you don't just be ungrateful to that your father. He has to be grateful. The finance minister must acknowledge and say, I am grateful to the NPP. I am grateful to President Akufo-Addo for leaving me such a wealth, 1.2 trillion in terms of our nominal GDP.
Thank you very much, and we'll continue to speak. And so that's the former advisor, economic advisor to the vice president, as we continue to ready ourselves really with respect to what it is to expect later today. I can see a number of members of parliament already who've made their way into the chamber. We'll bring the conversations in relation to pre-thoughts here, but we will continue to monitor proceedings from here in Parliament for you as we ready ourselves for the presentation by the Finance Minister. Mawina Igbeta and the rest of my colleagues, back to you in the studio.
And continue our conversations with Dr. Dusa Kodi, an economist. There's also Dr. Bernard Tete Dumenya, a financial economist, as well as Edward Karowe, a former GAO General Secretary. They're all joining us in the studio to talk about the expectations of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy. Dr. Sarkodie, you were making a point about how to marry the expectations of the people on the back of the promises they made, plus the quest to remove taxes.
Yes. So I was saying that most of the budgets are drawn from the party's manifesto, the various promises they made on the campaign platforms, and the budget should be scientific, not just born out of promises. The campaign is over, elections are over. So the conversation now is about, I think if you listen to Dr. Forson, he, during the vetting, he made it clear that he's going to keep the gap between revenue and expenditure. So if he's going to get rid of those taxes, the 3 taxes,
right,
he would as well try to reduce expenditure through cutting down waste, so that the gap between revenue and expenditure is still kept. My concern with the expenditures that he's promised to cut, the cutting of the wastage, is difficult to quantify them. For the e-levy betting tax, we know how much revenue they bring. But to cut waste, how much is missing, right? Therefore, I believe that even in the midst of the IMF program, we should be a bit careful with this abolishment of taxes, etc., etc. MPP made a similar mistake in 2017. They abolished, they reduced a number of 17 taxes. What happened? They kept the expenditure at par, and then at that same level, and so we saw a huge gap between revenue and expenditure, and they ended up borrowing to make up for the loss. So I take the key taxes, the 3 taxes, one after the other. The betting tax. My position on the betting tax is that redesign. In fact, we know all the 3, redesign them. Betting tax now is on the winning, how much you've won, the prize. For example, if you spend 20 cedis and you won 100, you would have had a difference of 80 as your profit. So the current tax is on the 100. My recommendation is that redesign and then tax the 80, which is the profit. After all, we tax profit and we even tax gifts.
The winnings, right?
Yes. So tax the difference between the winning and how much the person incurred for making those betting.
Okay.
If you want to use it to raise revenue, this is my recommendation. But if you want to use it to change consumption pattern, you want to deter people from betting, then you have to increase the rate rather to serve as a deterrent.
But if we want to use it to raise revenue, should we still maintain the 10%?
Yeah, for now. A lot is happening. Our economy is now recovering, fiscal consolidation here, IMF on our neck. So a lot is happening. Let the dust settle. So just keep it, let the dust settle, and then we can think of either increasing the rates or reducing the rates in the future. So my recommendation on the betting tax is that just tax the difference between the cost and the winning and keep it, because we need a revenue. Number 2 is the e-levy. As for e-levy, you know my position on it. I have a whole article on it, and it earned me an award in 2022.
Right.
My position on the e-levy is that in its present form, the design is not supported by any economic theory. Because this whole idea of I transfer to you is tax, I transfer to him is tax, I transfer to my account is tax, my account to my wallet is tax, is not supported. The recommendation here is that first, tax the charges. Because when I transfer, I think, let me mention him, MTN may charge the using Momo to send to you.
Yeah.
The government can tax the charges. And the moment the government imposes a tax on the charges, I'm sure MTN, based on the tax incidence, may decide to share the government tax with the consumer, either 50-50 or 60-40 or that. That may increase the charges.
Yes, it definitely will increase the charges.
So that's what I'm saying. In its present design, e-levy is not supported by any economic theory. So if you want to still maintain the same amount, just redesign it. Get rid of the e-levy in its present design, tax the charges, and then the telcos can decide to share the tax with us, the incidence with us, 60-40, 50-50, etc. That's the first point on e-levy. Second point is the number of e-commerce. People have serious businesses online, etc. Let's find a way. Now government has invested so much in digitization. We can use digitization to tax them. If you want to go and watch football, you pay you buy the ticket online, isn't it?
Yes.
It can be taxed.
Yeah.
If you want to go and watch play, concert, all these musicians, whatever, you use Momo to pay, you can tax them. So a number of e-commerce going on, the government can tax it. So on the e-levy, redesign it, tax the charges.
It's not necessarily on the transaction itself.
Exactly. Because that makes economic sense. That's what I'm saying. It's not supported by any economic theory that I transfer to you is tax, you transfer back to me is tax, I transfer to my mother is tax.
Money moving around,
my bank
taxes
tax,
everywhere.
bank to my wallet tax. So the two redesign, the telcos charge and the e-commerce.
Right.
Let's find a way to redesign it. On the issue of COVID-19
levy.
We were told that the government incurs certain losses, and therefore COVID-19 levy is supposed to help them recoup whatever. I have spoken to a number of professors and my colleagues. The understanding I'm getting is that we've gotten used to paying this tax, and the government needs money to finance certain social services and goods. We are talking about free SHS, capitation gratuity. They are even talking about first year fees for university students, etc.
Yeah.
Where are they going to get the money from? Right. So COVID-19 levy, first proposal on it, keep it.
Because we are used to it.
Keep it, rename it.
Okay.
Yesterday, the health minister said that the Agenda 111, number of projects that have been started, there's a financing deficit. Keep the COVID-19. After that, I'll give you the figures. Use parts, you can use 60% of it to complete all those ongoing projects, and maybe 40% for NHIA. The health insurance presently covers about 90% of all diseases that inflict Ghanaians. We can increase the number from 90 to 95 or 98 or even 100%. And it's being financed, it should be financed from COVID-19. So just change the name, Keke. Change the name from COVID-19 to maybe a health, something, NHIS, something, and that should be a health financing. It should just directly go into health, either infrastructure or just treatment, either treatment or infrastructure, in whichever way combinations are. I mean, the experts are there, they can think through it. So the reason I'm saying this, if you put these three taxes together, we are talking about some 3 to 4 billion Ghana cedis.
In fact, the numbers we have is 7.6 billion cedis annually.
These are budgeted figures.
Right.
What I have here are the outturns, the actual figures.
Okay.
So we are not wrong, but you are using budgeted figure. I'm using the outturn.
Right.
Now, if you put this together, let's say 3-4 billion Ghana cedis. It's a huge money because the free SHS cost us 3.2 billion. So COVID-19 and the e-levy alone can finance free SHS. Right. So if you redesign, to keep it, you can get a revenue. If they still insist on the abolishment of these three taxes, then we must find a replacement. And in that replacement, that's where I'm going to read the figures. Now, in 2022, the COVID-19 was able to raise 1.6 billion cedis.
Okay.
But look at it, the royalties from minerals, apart from oil, the royalties that we charge is now 5%. We charge on gold, manganese, It amounted to 1.8. So COVID-19, 1.6. Royalties, 1.8.
So that's
very similar.
More, yes.
I'm coming, haven't ended. 2023, COVID-19, 2.1. Royalties, 2.8. Similar.
Yes.
First half year of 20, let's say maybe about the end of 2024, COVID-19 will raise 2.2. Royalties 1.95, so almost the same.
Yeah.
Therefore, my proposal: if you after all my first recommendations, if you don't want to redesign it, you want to don't want to rename it and keep it, and you insist
on
scrapping it, then double the royalties. Double the royalties on gold and manganese and other minerals. So, because you are talking about 2 billion, if you get rid of 2 billion of COVID-19 and you double it, you're getting 4 billion. So you find a perfect replacement for that. And that takes me to my conversations on the natural resource. I don't know if you have been following me. I always talk about it. If you ask me, as an economist, I don't see where else that the government is going to get enough revenue to dramatically transform this economy, but the natural resource.
I see.
A lot of money there. Take a look at our data. Bank of Ghana released data. Ghana has exported since 2017 up to date. We export, with the exception of 2022, we export more than we import because of the natural resource. Last year, 4 million ounces of gold. Ghana is now number one producer of gold in Africa, number 6 in the whole world. Valued at 6.2 billion. Crude oil, 5 billion. Cocoa, 2 billion. So a lot of money going on there. And at IFS, we did a research, and we came to the conclusion that between 2011 and 2018, the economic rent, this is not the accounting way of calculating profit, the economist way of calculating profit, because we take into consideration the opportunity cost of capital. After deducting all the costs plus opportunity costs from the revenue, between 2011 and 2018, what was left in Ghana here was $43 billion. That the mining companies took everything. Ghana got only 10%. Based on the contracts that we have now. In the oil sector, our participation in carried interest is 16%. Nigeria is 51%. Botswana is 55%. I'm just coming from some ECOWAS workshop. I listened to the presentation from my colleague from Ibadan University. He said Nigeria has capped their public debt to GDP ratio at 40. And their composition is 70 domestic, 30 external, because they know the impact of external payments on their local currency. Nigeria is not it's maybe in terms of size, they are bigger than Ghana, but in terms of per capita, Ghana is ahead of them.
Right.
Our HDI score is higher than that of Nigeria. Our per capita income is higher than Nigeria. Their students are always coming here for education. So they are blacks like that. They are all African colleagues. They are not more than us. How are they able to cap their debt to GDP ratio at 40? And ours is now running around 80%. Now, based on data, somebody will say, then what is your recommendation? And I will give the recommendation based on data. 15 years ago, in Kenya, I listened to a presentation by a Ghanaian who was then writing his PhD thesis on debt and growth. He concluded that the threshold for Ghana should be 44%.
That was 15 years ago.
15 years ago. It should be 44% because after 44% debt to GDP ratio, he realized that the impact of the debt on growth is now turning negative. First, it will be minimizing, then it will turn into negative. Just 3 years ago, one of our master students also came into a similar conclusion, or if not same. He gave a range. He said that the threshold for Ghana should be 44 to 46% debt to GDP ratio. So Nigeria has been able to cap it. Nigeria has a Fiscal Responsibility Act. Ghana has a Fiscal Responsibility Act. The difference is that we are capping our budget deficit. They are capping their debt. We know that budget deficit accounts for more than half of the developments, the public debt. So the moment you're able to control budget deficit, you control debt. But unknowing to Ghana is that there are other factors that contribute to the development, like exchange rate and off-budget borrowing.
Right.
So Nigeria has been able to contain their debt. What are they doing right that we are doing wrong? And I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. I'm not talking about Norway. I'm talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about Botswana. The natural resource. Going forward, we cannot let things be the same way it is. We are thinking of taxing sanitary parts. A country that is the #1 producer of gold in Africa is thinking of taxing sanitary parts. It's a shame. By now, we should be distributing it freely to all our women. So we should be intentional, we should be deliberate, and we should be serious as a country in terms of revenue mobilization from our natural resource, and all these things will go away. You sign contracts. We have a newly discovered mineral, lithium. Well, look at the contracts. It's not so different from the original ones.
And then
so what is the plan?
If we do these things well, they can cushion these taxes that they want to.
Exactly. So we should have this long-term plan of leveraging the natural resource. God has blessed us. Nigeria has given us a good example. They have been able to cap their debt. Botswana has been able to cap their debt. Even if they are not capping their debt to GDP ratio, is so low. So God has blessed us with all these minerals, manganese, aluminium, and the good thing is that Ghana's soil is so blessed that the market premium on our oil and our gold is higher than even in our cocoa. I'm told that Ghana's quality is higher than that of Ivory Coast. I don't know. Right. I've not verified that. A great man is here, but he will verify it. So the premium that we have is higher than other countries. Why are we doing this to ourselves? You can't go and do business in Nigeria and take all your profit away, and the currency will be depreciating. You can't go to South Africa and do that, but you can come to Ghana, do business, and repatriate all your profits. I mean, we should be serious and take the bull by the horn. Ghanaians have voted for His Excellency John Mahama, and it was so, the expression was so evident in the number of votes he got. Ghanaians want him to just take bold decisions, right? Through the finance minister and the budget. Let's have bold decisions and transform some of these things that I'm talking about, that my colleagues will also talk about. We want solutions. First of all, we should stop this blame game. I am not a fan of this, who borrowed more than who was corrupt more than who. Well, fair enough, on political levels you can do that debate, but on serious economic levels, I wouldn't be interested in doing that. We have to provide solutions. What is the solution? This is a problem, and what is the solution? Going forward, we can't do things the way we do things, anyhow. So right now, I think that finance minister is in a very difficult situation in balancing the books. He should keep them. But I get the sense from his vetting that he would, for betting 100% sure that he'll get rid of it. E-levy, 100% sure he'll get rid of it, because he mentioned them specifically. He did not specifically mention COVID-19. So I'm reading the signs. Maybe
it will be renamed.
Maybe these two will go, and COVID-19 may stay and renamed for health.
Okay. Let me come to you, Dr. Tete Dumanya. Would you be surprised if any of these taxes are not, these three main taxes that they campaigned heavily on in 2024, any of them is not abolished or scrapped, that they are renamed, for instance, or reviewed?
Yeah, basically, good morning, listeners. I will be much surprised because I hope different view on the issue of abolishing these taxes. My brother, there are two ways of running every economy. Either you minimize cost or you maximize revenue. These are the fundamental things that we need to look at. So, for me, it's a good thing for the finance minister to abolish the three. You know what it means? It means that he is going to boost disposable income in the ordinary Ghanaian's life. You see, he's not taxing them. He's freeing the system for people to have more money, those who are supposed to pay all these taxes, for the start, to keep the economy going.
Yeah, but this is a party or a government that made a lot of promises to win power, and a lot of freebies were promised. We'll go through some of the free mentions. If Frederick could help us know some of the free things that the government promised going into the 2024 elections, that will require money to implement. So if he's cutting these taxes and it means revenue is reducing to a certain extent, how then will he be able to?
So that's the way I'm about to go.
Right.
You see, why is it that it's always government who should have revenue? And what about the ordinary Ghanaian? So you see, there is a two-way. Government hold on revenue for to make decisions on behalf of the people. What about if I put the money indirectly into the hands of the ordinary person? So that's the point I'm coming.
Right.
So if he's able to abolish this, what happens is that we are going to increase our disposable income. And once we increase, consumption will increase. And if you match that by production, you kickstart the economy. So you see, this textbook of divide the X, let government get revenue. Government can generate revenue in several ways. Elsewhere, in the Scandinavians, for example, the government has so much revenue that at a point he will say that all supermarket or stores should be able to discount their services or products up to 90%. What it means is that the government is finding a better way to kind of give money back into the ordinary people, to help ordinary people.
Doc, I'll come back to you, but let's go back to Parliament. My colleague Eric Mawunegbeta, he's interacting with Honorable Efrie Owusu. Let's take a listen.
Well, we're having some technical difficulty.
Unfortunately, we could not bring that conversation to you, but we'll try and reconnect with Mawunegbeta in Parliament as he engages a few more MPs on their expectations of the maiden budgets, one of the most important of the NDC and Mr. Mahama's administration. Back to you, Dr. Tete. You were making a point.
So the point I'm making here is very critical. The people also matters in this. It's not only government. We have seen time and over that even when we give them the money, somehow they misappropriate them. So what is the strategy that we have to do? So the strategy here is, one, let's give them what they are due. Two, now let's find other means or a prudent way to expand us and bring many people that can come into the tax net. I think those are the things. If you look at the tax critically, I'm not sure that apart from people with the income tax sector, majority of us are not paying taxes. There are several services, even some foreign services that in this country that they don't pay taxes. They find a way to avoid the tax. So why are we not, for example, bringing them into the tax net? Let me give you an example. Elsewhere, if even cocoa seller employed somebody to work with, there is a system that you have to pay your employee through that. And that system is linked to the the tax GRA, for example. So before you go to the GRA officials knows how much tax you have to pay. You cannot pay anybody without going through the interface of that. Is this something that we can look at? Now people are suffering, people are struggling, and I think that we should abolish these things, free the system, find innovative way to collect the tax and increase our revenue. For me, I'll be surprised if the finance minister still keep these taxes because there are several advantages of this. It will be a potential way to find alternative. You see, sometimes when you have abundance, it doesn't make us think. But when you are constrained, you are subject to certain level of uncertainty. It gives you the opportunity to think.
You start thinking,
and then expand outside the box. Then, like I said, it will be like a short-term economic stimulus because the government cannot now give money freely to other people. By doing that, again, you free the system to help us. Now, economic activities start kickstart, and then the system will run effectively. Some even say that it will give us industrial growth, increase competition. Because if I'm getting money from the tax that I'm supposed to pay, then I'll find innovative way to increase whatever services or production I'm doing in order to employ more people and use that money for expansion.
Right.
So I am of the view that it is important for the finance minister to keep that rather than people saying we should keep them. He should abolish them and let ordinary people enjoy. And on the basis of that, we can now find innovative way to expand our tax.
Okay. Dr. Kare, I'll come to you, but first let's take you to Parliament where Dr. Peter Tukono is engaging with Mawin Egbeta. Let's take a listen.
In that regard, or we're going to be hearing things in relation to how we're going to improve our cocoa production or these extension services being provided. What can we hear, at least for this first 1 year of the Mahama administration?
Well, you are going to hear a lot about the farmer services centers because we are starting the construction and the functionality of those centers this year. You are going to hear something about Agri-Nest program. You are going to hear a lot about how we are going to support the farmers with inputs. You are going to hear a lot about our irrigation for wealth creation. You are going to hear something even about our youth in cocoa farming and how we intend to accelerate cocoa production so that we can meet our needs, our trade needs, and so on. So, I mean, it's going to be a comprehensive array of all the key initiatives that President Mahama has been speaking to. And so after the budget, I'm sure we'll come back again and look at it. But it is very important to underscore the need to clearly unearth or uncover the current state of the economy. Earlier on, I heard Gideon Buako speak to you, and he was making some very different...
1 trillion, I mean, 1.2 trillion. You disagree with some of the things he had to share with
deceptive, extremely deceptive economics he was trying to do there, because the truth of the matter is that economic growth is a function of where the economy is and how much it has increased and how much government investment has been done. The 5.7 economic growth that they chalked last year is just a doped economic growth, and it's a doped economic growth because the past 2 years they are not paying any debt, and so all the monies that they are supposed to use to pay the interest rate, the principals, were input into the elections expenditure, and which is elections expenditure gave us that growth, and so that is a dope growth. But if you do a real analysis of the economy, in fact, in the first place, no economist of his sort will use nominal GDP to do any analysis, and if you are going to use nominal GDP to do any analysis, then do it properly, because in 2008, when we came into office in 2009, the GDP was 17 billion Ghana cedis. In 2016, when we were living, it was 220 billion Ghana cedi, and that is about 1,300% increase in the nominal GDP. So if you compare 220 billion in 2016 to 1.2 billion now, they have just increased it by 5 times. We increased it by 13 times, and that was was significant. Again, we should look at the prospects of how we are going to double this particular GDP in the shortest possible time. And so if anybody does that analysis, then that person is not being fair to the data, is not being fair to the analysis, and being economically deceptive. And that should be completely treated.
Look, we'll speak a bit more. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Let's speak to Fifi, who's the General Secretary of the governing National Democratic Congress as well, just briefly. A big day, you would agree, first budget of the Mahama administration. Quite a weight of expectation for you, but you are poised to deliver, I believe.
Yes, we campaign based on what we knew to be the difficulties of the nation that we saw, and the need for us to start taking steps to restore hope to the people of Ghana. And I think the budget today will begin that exercise. We are quite conscious of the massive difficulties that we've met. A lot of what we thought it was upon assuming government, we've realized that things were far more worse than we thought they were. But the kind of promises we've made are promises that we made on the back of, shall I call it, a very the fact that we've been in government before and we made some of those difficulties before. So our expectations were pretty much anchored on some of the things that we know can realistically be started. And this budget today would start announcing some of those initial policies. But as you understand, we have a 4-year horizon. Therefore, not everything can be done in the very first budget. Subsequent budget will continue resolving the issues as well.
In the immediacy, we know there are mentions of major tax cuts as well as cuts in expenditure as well. What is that one tangible that Ghanaians can really look forward to after today's delivery by the finance minister? Is it to say that after today, comparing to Akufo-Addo in his first year, he ambitiously launched the free SHS policy, could we be hearing the finance minister fully launch either the 24-hour economic policy or the free tertiary education for level 100 students?
I prefer not to go ahead of the finance minister. As you understand, I need to allow him that privilege of bringing, shall I call it, the set of policies that we hope to announce. But the most important thing to remember at all moments is this. Governance is not just about hype. It's not simply about the kind of things you do so you can get an applause. It's what you do that would bring about sustainable development of your country. And I'm sure we'll be seeing the beginning of that. Policies that would start anchoring us, bringing us back into a place of stability in order to allow that over the next 4 years we can develop this country in a way that Ghanaians will know clearly that there is a much better government in place.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable Fifi Fiavikwete speaking to us just a short while ago, and we got the indication that a lot more with respect to expectation will come forward. But we're still gearing up quickly in relation to what it is that we'll hear today from the finance minister here in Parliament. Let's speak to the Member of Parliament for Evaluate Adjumaro Jura right now. Honorable, thank you. A member of the Energy Committee as well. What can we expect today when the minister speaks? Maybe you're a member of the Energy Committee as well. There's been a lot of talk about privatizing ECG. We know that the National Economic Dialogue, the subcommittees suggested a privatization of quite a number of key energy assets. Where do you stand on this? What can we expect from the finance minister today as well?
Thank you, my brother, and it's good to see you. I believe when the outgoing president said that they had left the lights on, Ghanaians were wondering how the lights were left on. Now, how do you leave lights on when you leave a debt of $3 billion? You understand it? This is just like firefighting. Where there's fire, you quench. As you speak now, the IPPs are being paid, are owed about $1.2 billion. You understand? And also ECG is a problem because ECG that is supposed to use the cash water mechanism to ensure that all the sectors along the chain get what they need to keep the power on is a problem. So by privatizing, we ensure that the collections in terms of revenue can be increased so that it reflects all the way to the generation bit. So I believe that and also with renewable energy, they can be matched up because of the cost of electricity. As we speak now, it is so expensive. Ghana happens to be one of the most expensive places where power generation, the end user pays so much for it. So I believe that there'll be ways to manage it, especially where the ASLA money that was gotten was about, by the last government, was about 45 billion. And how can you have 45 billion Ghana cedis when there's a debt of about 75 billion? And so I believe that there will be ways to cut, and especially when renewable energy is being added to it. And that'll be a good thing. Sure. And so that is the hope, that there will be ways, I said the cuts, to ensure that electricity, for example, becomes affordable for the end consumer.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for speaking to us. I've just seen the finance minister as well make his way into Parliament. But let's speak to the Honorable Sticker as well, the Member of Parliament for Nshai as well. Honorable, thank you very much. You're live on TV3. Big day in Parliament today. We spoke to you about 2 weeks ago in terms of the true state of the economy. What do you expect to hear from the Honorable Dr. Cassiel Ato-Forson today?
In the first place, my regards to him. He is a very respectable person. That he's my colleague. I mean, I trust in his competence, and so I hope he's going to do the needful. And of course, the needful is to present a budget that will give Ghanaians hope. I believe he's going to present a budget of continuity, because what we left for them end of 2024, he will come here to present them. I'm sure you read Statistical Services figures that our GDP 2024 in terms of percentage, 5.7%, even far higher than 2016. Even just that. I mean, our primary balance, all those figures have started doing so much well. So we are expecting them to accept the fact that we did not leave, a comatose economy for them to manage, just as our present president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is claiming. They should be truthful to Ghanaians. They should laud the MPP government and continue the good works that, after all, building a nation is a process. It's not an event, and government is about work, or governance is about continuity. So I hope that all the promises they made to Ghanaians, how they are going to manage the taxes. But I'm also advising them that they should rather present not politically inclined budget statement.
What do you mean? What do you mean by politically inclined?
Well, sometimes we all do, whether NDC and PP. Politically inclined budget is a budget that contains extracts in the area of taxes, in the area of other policies that we know they don't offer that sustainability we need, but just to convince Ghanaians, to get them aligned with us and to get that goodwill we want from them. But you do that and destroy the country. So we should make that proper holistic decisions that will make sure that the forward movement of our country, the growth and the stability of our country that we expected, rather than doing politics. It's like outside gentility, home cry. That is not what I want. What they present outside should be the true state. Their policies and other things should not necessarily ignore political capital, but it should ignore the benefit that we need as a country. With that, I think Ato-Forson is a fine gentleman, and I wish him all the best. We are yet to see the text, the passage. Then after that, we can put it into scrutiny.
I'm sure we'll do that subsequently, but thank you very much for giving me your thoughts in the lead up to the presentation. And so we'll continue to await, really, but like I mentioned to you, the Finance Minister, Dr. Cassiel Ato-Forson, has made his way into Parliament, and we get the indication as well that the Speaker of Parliament is on his way as well to the chamber. We're just going to hand back to the studio quickly and then do a quick transportation invitation to the public gallery, where we'll continue to pick thoughts for you just briefly in relation to the budget statement to be presented by the
studio. And I was coming to you, Dr. Kariwe. From where you sit as an agronomist, a lot of promises by the NDC to improve agriculture, revolutionize agriculture, the president put it when he was campaigning, is also one of his major policies, the Nkukwa Nkiti policy. From where you sit, what do you want to hear from the finance minister today?
Well, thanks very much. And let me say that I'm not yet a doctor, but I'm fortunate to be sitting in the midst of two doctors who are my very good friends.
They are robbing their doctorate.
So certainly, I mean, sooner or later.
Right.
Yeah, but I think we are all excited because this is the first budget of the government.
Right.
And given what they have promised and what they want to do things differently from the previous government, we are excited to listen to the budget to know what is in it. And they also made certain things that makes us more interested in the budget. They've outlined a number of taxes that they think that they must take them away. And I think if you actually analyze those taxes, you come to realize that some of them were needless. You know, so if you even take the betting tax, why do you blame where you are falling instead of where you've hit your foot? You know, why do you encourage betting? For what purpose? And then when people now go to win, it is this poor guys, low-income people, then you tax them. What revenue are you talking about? You know, even though we want revenue, it's not everywhere that you go and look for your revenue. That is why when you need to rationalize your taxes and then to know who you should tax and how much you should tax and so on.
Mr. Kariwe, hold on for me. Let's go back to Parliament. Charles Bauer, he's the Member of Parliament for Bongo.
Yes.
Let's take a listen to him.
In your constituency, what will be one of the major things you look out for to be captured in the budget? So because the argument is that it's supposed to satisfy and appease every individual with respect to their needs and aspirations.
In my constituency, I'll be very happy that there is some allocation for the construction of roads, the road particularly linking Bongo to the Namur border, and then the road that leads from Boga through Zoko and also to Namur going through Fiu and then going back to Dua. I expect that road also to be dealt with in this budget. And also with regards to education, in our constituency, most of the classrooms do not even have this. I expect a budget that will allow the education ministry provide some of these things to ensure that our children are able to learn. Health-wise, we also need health infrastructure. We are particularly interested in a new district hospital. The one there was not meant for the purpose it is serving today. So we want a multi-purpose hospital that can be satisfy the health needs of the people of Bongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable. That's the Honorable Bauer. You are speaking to us this morning as well. We continue to gauge for you thoughts and opinions in the lead up to the budget. The Honorable Abena Osei-Asare, Honorable, just quickly in relation to budget statement, right? She says that she cannot share a word or two with us at this particular point in time. We're continuing to build up really in relation for you ahead of the budget presentation. We'll try and speak to the Honorable Samir Uko as well, just quickly in relation to what it is that we're going to expect. The Honorable Samir Uku, we're live this morning. Just brief thoughts. No, we're not going to trick you. I'm not going to ambush you. We've been doing that for quite a while. The Honourable Samuel Uku has agreed to speak to us, but we continue to pick thoughts for you in relation to what it is that we are to expect from the minister just a short while, any moment from now really, because a number of MPs have made their way onto the floor of the House at this particular point in time in relation to what it is that we can and we should expect. But we're live here on TV3, where legislators alike in their numbers have made it into the floor of the House right now. We know as well that the Finance Minister has made his way into Parliament. We're just anticipating the arrival of the Speaker as well any moment from now, and then proceedings can commence on the floor of the House. But a lot has been said with respect to expectations ahead of today. A lot with respect as well to what the laid down plan of the President Mahama administration would be as well. But let's try and get a bit more for you here on TV3 as we continue to gauge thoughts and opinions in relation to what it is that we are to expect today from the finance minister. The Honourable Amabua, just briefly, Honourable, just briefly, with respect to what to expect today, there's a lot to expect.
This budget is really going to confirm to the people of Ghana that this is the hole that has been created. When we said that the previous government has been careless, this is what we meant, because we're going to paint the picture of a place that we could never imagine that we've been sunk in, a hole. But we're also going to give the people of Ghana a plan that lays out a prosperity and hope for the coming years.
Honourable,
that's what we are going to do.
Just quickly on in relation to Galamsey, it's a topic that's come up. We've seen the work that you started. You visited the Ashanti region. There are those who are asking that they want to see a bit more decisive action. Civil society groups are bringing back the conversation of a state of emergency possibly being declared. What can you tell Ghanaians is the way forward?
I think the first thing we did was to lay out the seriousness of the challenges faced, whether it's the destruction of our forest reserve or our water bodies, and to lay out a plan to address all of that. And we are saying simply that this fight is our collective fight. This is a fight that all of us together must win. And we are saying that we can do legal, legitimate mining without destroying our forest reserve and our water bodies. And we are going to do that with a big stick. And we are going to fight to the end. We are not going to relent, but we are going to make sure that we organize mining better so we can have better outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. That's the Lands and Natural Resources Minister. Let's speak to a former minister who managed that exact same space as well. Perhaps I'll pick the thoughts first off from that angle with respect to the fight against Galamsey, which we just heard the minister speak to as well. You just left that ministry as well. Your thoughts really in relation to how they've decided to go up into legal mining in the first 3 months?
Well, you know, a lot of work was done in the previous administration in our effort to clamp down illegal small-scale mining. Some of the measures that are being put in place today, I mean, a lot of the measures today were implemented in the previous administration in even a much more, if you want, draconian manner. You recall the burning of excavators and so on and so forth. It's a very complicated menace. It's a very, very complicated canker, and it requires a collective effort of the nation. The new minister is just taking office. I've been in that office before. I know the difficulties and complexities it comes with, and I would rather that we give him some time and space to settle down, get a grip on this situation, and we can assess him in the months and years down the road.
away from Galamsey and then expectations in relation to today as well, what can you tell us is your expectation as the opposition?
Well, first of all, I think you've all heard from the Ghana Statistical Service about how the Ghanaian economy is on a recovery path. Growth rate is now 5.7%. The economy, the size of our economy is almost quadrupled from 200 billion plus Ghana cedis to 1 trillion plus Ghana cedis. Inflation is on a downward trend. Interest rates is on a downward trend. The cedi is much more stable, and therefore it is clear that the measures put in place by the Akufo-Addo administration is really yielding results in terms of the recovery of the economy. Let's wait and hear from the finance minister, and I believe that when the finance minister takes the stage, Ghanaians will be hoping for him to put in place policies which will build on this solid foundation and recovery foundation which has been laid by the Akufo-Addo administration, and to bring about the much needed relief for the Ghanaian people. But let's give him a hearing and let the hearing be constructive and objective. The minority will definitely have to scrutinize and hold government accountable, which certainly we will do. But at the end of the day, let's hear him first. Thank you.
Right then. Thank you very much, Honorable, for speaking to us. That's the Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapor speaking to us as well. And we're just gonna pick quick thoughts as well. Quick thoughts from the Honorable John Jinapor, from the brother. Doc, thank you as well for speaking to us briefly. Doc, what can we expect today with respect to the energy sector? There's been a lot of talk. The National Economic Dialogue proffered a number of solutions. Just talk to us about what Ghanaians can expect today, particularly from the energy sector.
Well, like you said, at the National Economic Dialogue, the energy sector featured prominently. Well, that was the main topic, because currently we are dealing with a debt of about 80 billion cedis. That's a huge amount, and the debt keeps mounting and compounding. So the first issue is, how can you stop the bleeding? How can you reduce the losses and secondly, how do you amortize or structure the outstanding liability and pay? But more importantly, how do you secure fuel? This year alone, we estimate that we require about $800 million to procure liquid fuels alone. And the minister is dealt with some of these issues. A lot of them were discussed at cabinet. He gave us a briefing. I'm very confident that based on what the minister is putting out, we'll be able to turn the sector around. Currently, we produce enough to meet the demand, and so there'll be no need for a load shedding timetable. But there are some serious localized issues that we've inherited. The grid, the transmission system is very, very weak. It's facing serious challenges. A lot of them are overloaded, and so it will take a bit of time to address some of these challenges.
How much time? Because that is the basis upon which your colleagues on the other side have said you should provide a load shedding timetable to the Ghanaian.
Provide a load shedding timetable when you are not shedding load. I mean, when we asked shedding timetable, they told us to go and publish our own load shedding timetable. But we are humbly telling Ghanaians that we have enough to supply, so there will be no need. If there are localized outages, we announce. And ECG has always announced that they are doing a maintenance here, there's a problem here. That is done on a daily basis. And so I don't know exactly what they will require. The Ashanti region is hugely challenged, and I'll be visiting the Ashanti region this week. There's a primary substation being injected there to stabilize the grid. We want to commission that, and when we commission that, we'll see much improvement. It's a difficult sector, it's a difficult area, capital intensive, with serious challenges. But I'm sure that given the caliber of people we are working with, given the tenacity of that we have, we'll be able to deal with it. But I'm very upbeat about today's budget.
Just two quick questions from me, from the economic dialogue with respect to the capital intensive nature of the economy. There were suggestions of a privatization of a number of assets outside of ECG, which featured prominently during your vetting. You're the sector minister. Is that going to feature in the thinking going forward in being able to deal with this huge debt you speak of within the sector?
Now, we want some private sector participation. That we are clear, and that's what we sold to the people of Ghana. And that's the mandate the people of Ghana gave to us. So we would involve the private sector. Selling of assets, we are not considering that. We think that we can still engage the private sector unless it becomes exceedingly necessary. we do not believe that this is the time to sell the assets. And so we are not. Thank you very much.
So just finally on the second gas processing plant, which come on stream, there's been concerns of financing the cost of that particular construction. How do you respond to that briefly as well?
The cost of financing it is far cheaper than the cost of buying liquid fuel. This year, we require $800 million to buy liquid fuel. The gas processing plant will cost you about $500 million, and you make savings of about $400 million every year. It's non-negotiable. Look, people want to buy liquid fuel because that is where they get their money. I'm telling you, if you look at what the previous administration were doing, for me it's unconscionable. The amount of money you use to buy liquid fuel, half of that can build a gas processing plant. It will create jobs, it will lead to value retention, it will strengthen your currency, and you can process your own domestic gas. Why would I spend $800 million to go and buy liquid fuel from Nigeria when I can process domestic gas and add value to the economy? It's not negotiable. Wherever we'll get that money, we have to get that money. Other than that, the sector will collapse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable John Jinapor. He is the Energy Minister, providing quick thoughts for us as well. As we continue, really, in our build-up here on the budget presentation by the Finance Minister. Continue to pick quick thoughts. Let's speak to the Member of Parliament for Navrongo Central right now. Honourable, thank you very much as well for making time to speak to us this morning. Again, the question is simple. Thoughts in anticipation of the Finance Minister, who we have indication is already in the chamber as well, will be presenting that budget any moment from now.
Yes, so I might first let me say hi to the people of Navrongo Central, and to say that I look forward to a budget that will give hope to the people of Ghana. 8 years of economic destruction, 8 years of indebtedness. I mean, the highest level of debt our country has ever been plunged into. I look forward to our country getting that hope from the president and from the finance minister. A lot of taxes I look forward to be scrapped. Indeed, during our campaign, we promised to scrap some taxes, the e-levy, the betting tax and all of that. I look forward to those taxes being scrapped, and then to open up the economy for more investments and then more jobs to be thrown up by the system.
Thank you very much, Honourable, for speaking to us as well. Let's try and get quick thoughts in relation, just briefly as well, talk to us, Honourable, about your expectation in relation to this budget that we're expecting any moment from now. I know the Speaker is coming as well.
Yes, well, it's such a short time because the Speaker is walking in any moment from now and I need to take my seat. But clearly we actually looking forward to all the good things, the promises that we made during the campaigning period and what we've been able to see so far. By way of the deterioration that has gone on in the governance of this country in terms of the wiping out of the fiscal space, which we actually need as a new government to roll out our policies. Okay, so what I think that the new government it's doing is to ensure that there is financial discipline, there is enough funding for programs in relation to health, in relation to agriculture, agribusiness, and the rest of it. And that is exactly what I expect to see in the budget as soon.
Thank you very much. I'll leave you to rush into the chamber just quickly. So the Speaker has made his way into the chamber, and so we should as well now be rounded up in anticipation of the start of proceedings on the floor of the House. For now, we're returning into the chamber for proceedings to begin proper, and then we can be back here with reactions forthwith after the presentation by the Finance Minister. So Mawenai Gbeta and the rest of my colleagues here, for now, returning and handing you back into the Chamber of Parliament, where proceedings will commence in the immediacy any moment from now, and then we can then hear from the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassia Latoforsen, who will be presenting the first budget statement for the Mahama administration. Back into
the Finance Minister, Dr. Latoforsen. He will present the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, the first of the Mahama administration. A lot of expectations from various people, various sectors of the economy expected to be touched. Clear directions on policy implementation guidelines. I still have in the studio with me Dr. Dusa Kodia, an economist. There's also Dr. Benetete Dumenya, also a financial economist. And then Mr. Edward Kariwe. He is an agronomist and the former General Secretary of GAU. Kariwe, you were making a point about what the agri sector expects from this first budget of the NDC government.
Well, so far as the agri sector is concerned, there are many issues that are there. And we have to also appreciate that this is a budget for only 2025. So we need to tone down our expectations, because even for the agri sector, we know that government has laudable policies through their manifesto they want to implement for the agri sector. But what can be done for this year is what we should be looking at. The government would have to take immediately, certain measures. For instance, irrigation. The Polgo irrigation dam must commence. It will not be completed within the year. It may take about 3 or more years to be completed, but it must start.
Right.
They must also look at other irrigation projects that need expansion to immediately do expansion on them. Because if you look at the climate change now, this situation today, we need the irrigation dams to mitigate the climate change effects.
Right.
And what happened last year, that is the drought in the north, has actually affected our food stock, our output last year. This is 2024, and it is that output that we are consuming in 2023, 2025. So if we are unfortunate and the weather is not favorable, it is going to add up to our deficit, our food stock deficit for last year, and then the situation could be serious. And I think that we should not go all out and look at every area of the agri sector that we want to implement this year. When you talk about food self-sufficiency, food is made up of a number of, foodstuffs.
Yeah.
Are we going, as a country, do we want to be self-sufficient in maize production? We can focus on a few of them and then become self-sufficient in them, and then we'll have the multiplier effect. Like if you look at the Nketikiti project, the poultry industry, that is one area that works to almost all the other areas of food production. Maize production, beans, eggs, nutrition, labor, processing, and the rest.
There's a long value chain.
A long value chain.
Yeah.
So the government must be strategic, because they don't even have the resources. Even if you have the resources, there's a gestation period for production. If you take maize, for instance, even if you are given the land today and all the resources, it will take you not less than 3 months to 4 months before you can begin to harvest the maize.
Right.
So government must be strategic in that. Now, the overall concern that when government, takes off the taxes, there will be a huge gap in revenue. Yes, what is the value of revenue? When there are leakages, you know, it's just like, how do you pour more water into a basket? What is the use of the more water?
The more
Because
you
it will
pour, the
leak
more it
out.
leaves.
So the immediate thing is not just so much about looking at the revenue, but how you are going to plug the loopholes. And these loopholes come in many forms. One, the corruption, the procurement, you know, deals that they do that. And then low productivity and all that. You need to deal with those ones first, so that any little revenue you get, it will be meaningful. You see, and that is what we need to look at.
Right.
So I'm not so much worried about the revenue loss that is going to come. I'm much more concerned about how they are going to plug the leakages within the system, so that the little that we have can be used properly.
Gentlemen, briefly from you, Dr. Sarkodie, before we go to Parliament, where the Speaker has begun speaking before the Finance Minister takes his turn to present the 2025 budget. Should we tone down on our expectations?
Yeah, obviously. Because this budget is even for the remaining 9 months. Already done 3 months. We have 9 months. That's why I said that, you know, we should try and keep those taxes, and so that we don't widen the gap between revenue and expenditure, because we also want the government to continue with financing or provision of public goods and services. So for this year, I don't expect any major things like maybe infrastructure construction. I think we are still within the issue of fiscal consolidation, trying to balance the books, make sure that we keep things cool. So expectations must be managed for the first year. Going forward, then that's where we can be hitting hard.
Right.
They would have spent 1 year in government,
would have settled.
and then we can be would have settled. Now they don't have any excuse. Now they have not even named the ambassador, so they are still forming their government, and we should really be measured in our expectations with them. I hope that we could keep the stability. I think the most disturbing variable for us now is the cost of living. And I think our great man is here. If you could do something about food prices, I mean, we know the typical Ghanaian staple, maize, you know, banku, waiche, and all that. So if you can really try and control the price of tomatoes, etc., I think if we are able to keep some stability, maintain some stability for the first year, it should be okay. It should be okay.
Even for the 24-hour economy, we should not expect that it be rolled out soon. We should not expect a big announcement right now.
They can start. They can start. I mean, it's a matter of the public sector and the private sector.
Right.
I think the president said that it's an invitation to them. So the government areas that can start should start, and for the private sector, maybe we need certain infrastructure, because if you ask somebody to work in the night and there's no street lights and the roads are not in good shape and the whole setup, so we should still give them some time to set it up, because this 24-hour economy is going to be something new, you know, within the public design space. So we should just try the areas that can start should start. Already we have 24-hour economy going on. You go to Osu, so this all this redesigning to bring in all these expectations. So we should manage it. Like I said, we may not be able to hit them hard this year. I mean, those of us who are watching, maybe next year they won't have it easy with watchers, Ghanaians who are watching them. So the 24-hour economy, they can start. They can start this year and maybe fully roll it out for going next year going forward.
Right. Dr. Tete, a major concern people have would be for inflation. What should we expect from the finance minister as measures to curb the rising trend of inflation?
I think that if you ask me, we don't need to do anything. Like what my colleagues are saying, I cannot target inflation when there is still hunger. There is no food. In fact, for me, inflation starts from post-harvest losses.
I see.
So we shouldn't do the textbook kind of targeting inflation every year. What is the underlying businesses and what is the underlying issues that we need to deal with in order to bring inflation down? So like my colleague just said, that I believe this particular budget is for framework purposes. We lay the structure and we are looking and that will show us where the government interest is, whether the government can perform or cannot perform. The second thing is that once we get the framework, it gives us certain level of understanding of how we will assess them. You see, the framework will tell you what level of value chain you need to work on in order to bring inflation down. So the issue is they are in a honeymoon period now, and we are watching, and we hope that the framework will be so clear, including implementation.
Right.
And that will give us the kind of the understanding as to where we think we can contribute, we can suggest, or where we can criticize. So, and on Bank of Ghana, they say that they want to bring it to 11.1. I think that's, and they are targeting 8% plus or minus 2.
Plus or minus 2.
So, all these things is a function of what goes on the ground. That's why I'm interested in how well the citizenry are failing. Because when you encourage the citizenry, they can, and they have disposable income, they can purchase, they can create businesses, they can create other things that will let whatever you want to come. So, yes, Doc have said physical consolidation is good.
Yeah.
But this actually will be the tone to see whether this government will perform or not. And let me quickly also come to this 24-hour economy. I agree with him. We need to start now. We don't have to wait. But starting means what? Starting means that the framework, because in this country, we bring out things and we don't set up any framework. Can you imagine that we have been talking about digitization, and somebody can put in, like what we are now seeing, about 81,000 people, when we know that the system has been automated? Because we talk about automation control all the time. So what happened? So I expect the government to put a robust framework this time, and out of the framework, we'll see the dynamics a way forward to help us carry out what we're supposed to do.
Dr. Sarkodie, well, I said briefly, but let me come to you. At the moment, so those of you who are joining us on our social media platforms, vote and proceedings correction is ongoing in Parliament. Prayers has been said already, vote and proceedings ongoing. The Speaker is there. The Finance Minister has also been spotted there. So some members of Parliament are getting onto their feet and suggesting some corrections to previous votes and proceedings of the House. When the Finance Minister begins to speak, we'll take you there live so that you get to hear for yourself what the Finance Minister is saying. But, Mr. Sarkodie, the NDC government also made some more promises concerning reviewing or streamlining VAT allocations and taxes at the port and all of that. How do we, look at that? So there's, as part of what they want to review, apply the price stabilization recovery levy and fuel to cushion consumers, rationalize fees and charges at the ports, as well as comprehensive reform of Ghana's VAT regime to provide relief for households and businesses. For the last 2 points, how should they go about it? Should it feature in this first budget as well?
Again, they can start. They have to send a positive signal. Even if they are not able to fully implement it, they should start. Because if you don't start at all, then people will say, you don't have any idea. But again, they are still a new government. They are now still studying the system. So they should start. Where do they start from? I think Guta and AG, I have always, and I think my friend here, we've talked about how complex the tax system is.
At the ports.
It should be simplified. Guta, my friend, Dr. Obin, always says that one tax is being understood differently by the payer and the collector. The definitions are not the same. So these are some of the few things that we can really refine as a government, or as Ghanaians going forward. Simplify it, make sure that we use the digitization platform, this digital VAT, whatever, to make sure that we get as many people to pay as possible. And we have made a point that you can actually get more revenue from tax without necessarily increasing the rate or introducing a new handle. So let's try and start. Let's give them a positive signal, give Ghanaians a positive signal. And I think one of my panelists on the listen said, this Atufosin cannot afford to fail, because the way Ghanaians voted, it's a strong signal that we are waiting. We are watching you. If you don't fail, 4 years is just around the corner. So they cannot afford to fail. And so enough of the lamentations. Things are bad. Yes, things are bad. But send a signal, because even your posture and your delivery will send a signal to the international community, etc. So IMF just came, and all of a sudden everybody wants to do business with Ghana. So these are the signals that people will pick in our commentaries and the things we are doing. I'm saying that if President Mahama today begins to say he's totally reforming the ports, reforming the tax system, he will have the backing of everybody, because almost everybody in Ghana is angry about what is going on. So if you come with this solution that we are simplifying the tax system, we are making sure that what you have to pay, you pay, you're making sure that you're not overburdened by the taxes. I pay my carpenter about 6,000 cedis. He doesn't pay tax. Somebody works at University of Ghana as a cleaner. The salary is about 1,000 cedis, and he pays a tax, on it. So it doesn't make sense at all. We should try as much as possible. If you want to send your child to enjoy free SHS, you must prove tin. Show your tin before we admit your child. In Rwanda, you cannot insure your car when you don't have health insurance, because it doesn't make sense to the government that you're going to insure your car and you, the human being, is not insured yourself.
Right.
So the tin must be a requirement for DVLA, passports, taking your child to free SHS,
all other benefits.
Yes. Prove that you pay tax before we admit your child. Prove that you pay tax before we give you license. Prove that you pay tax before we do anything. So this tax payment, the few people who are overburdened should not be the order of the day again. We should all contribute, even if it's 1 cedi. If we're a carpenter and it's 1 cedi, you are contributing. You should contribute. So the whole system, the whole tax system should be redesigned to make sure that it's simple and it's easily understood. When Dr. Obin mentioned this, I was so surprised that one tax is understood differently by the collector
and the receiver
and the payer.
And the payer.
Yeah. So we should do all these things and redesign it. But first of all, they should not. They can't fail. We are all backing them. We will all support them. If they call me, my friends, they call us. We will write papers. We'll do our research. We will support them. But they cannot fail, because this verdict that Ghanaians gave them on 7th is a strong vote. That's a suggestion that we need transformation, and so they should send a signal today, this year, that there's like a transformational agenda, and then going forward, 2026, 2027, 2028 budgets will actually include this dramatic transformation that we are all looking for.
Let me pick maybe your final words, Dr. Tete. Maybe this one on the country's debt situation. So we'll see what will be put on the screen shortly. But we're looking at some 721 billion cedis as the total public debt. If you're breaking it down after, we're looking at some 301 billion cedis for domestic debt, and then 420 for external debts. Meaning that every Ghanaian, if you're pegging this against the numbers, we are owing some 21,000 cedis, 522, whether we know it or not. How does the government deal with these numbers?
Okay, so for me, let me start by doing this illustration. Those of us who live in the villages, if by chance you get a grader to grade the road, what do you see the next 2 hours, 3 hours? You see that our mothers will bring small tables to start selling. That is the essence of infrastructure development. If indeed the government wants to solve this problem, then we should get the strategies to be able to solve that. The reason why I'm saying this is simple. Once you do that, it's kickstart economic activities.
Right.
And economy is all about people. It's not about figures. Yeah, those things are there, but it's the people that generate those figures. So I think that the government should focus, if not anything at all, and we try to not to start any new project like the president is saying, but rather complete the old structures. And completion, there are several ways we can do that we may not need money. Let me give you an example. If we pick 1,000 contractors, and then 1,000, not just those that they will go and start the work and will not finish, and ask them that these are the projects we want you to complete strategically. When Dr. Sarkodie and Co have done the analysis for them, you know that when we do this, this will be the multiplier effect. When you do that, this will be the multiplier effect. And he said that, start this project with material scheduling.
Right.
You know what is going to happen? They are going to contact those who give them the materials to be able to do the projects. And therefore, because government, you are behind them, those material people will be assured that they will be paid at a later day or whatever. Then they will give the materials for the project. So the only money that comes out really will be the laborer or the day-to-day, what we call working capital, which is very small. But they are going to employ people. They are going to take people on. And once the people now come on board, like Doc said, where he pays his carpenter 6,000, but the cleaner at the university is 1,000. There must be a mechanism for such informal sector to pay. So I come back to what I've said, that it is important for us to create the framework. You see, you know your basic science. They say water take the shape of the container in which you put it.
Yeah.
If you put a framework that is over, that's how we see it. If it's rectangular, that's how we see it. So the question now comes to the finance minister. What will be the framework that will lead us to wherever we want to go? And that is what I am expecting. And I'm sure that when the framework is right, all these figures will be things of the past. You know, the president mentioned that they are encouraging the foreign investors, the oil fields, and the exploration, and all those things. If we do it well, we will generate a substantial amount of revenue, and we can expand this country, and all these debts, we will find ways and means to be able to pay them.
Right. Dr. Carrier, the cocoa sector, you know that it's been a bedrock for the economy. It's supporting millions of farmers and being, if you like, the leading exporter now for the country. However, if you look at the numbers I'm looking at right now, it's been reduced to a pale shadow of itself. Production declining consistently from about 1,050,000 tons in 2020-2021 season to just 580,000 tons in 2023 and the 2024 season. The small size crop being produced cannot be fully purchased due to lack of funds. For farmers, for the agri sector, particularly cocoa, what reforms or what framework would you want to be seen to be implementing there?
Well, first and foremost, I would like that we have got banks in Ghana, and there's Bank of Ghana is also there. This syndicated loan, where they go and get the loans from foreign banks. What is the use of the Bank of Ghana? Can't Bank of Ghana give that money to Cocoa Board to use, and then they will benefit from, when you give out the loan, all the benefits that are there? You know, I'm saying this because being an insider there, you realize that at the time that Cocoa Board is going for the syndicated loan, the banks will make sure that they stretch them to a point where at last minute before they give them the loan. And by then they will now be forced to accept conditionalities that are not right. Because the cocoa season has arrived. If you do not have the loan, you cannot purchase it from the farmers. And if you don't also purchase from the farmers, they can't wait. They will sell it, they will smuggle it out. So by the time you even get the loan, much of it has been smuggled out.
Right.
So at that point, you are now compelled to accept conditions that are not favorable. You see, and this role can be played by Bank of Ghana. Because Bank of Ghana, what are they there for? Nothing. So you can give that money to Cocoa Board, and all the benefits that the syndicated loans, banks would have had will come back to this country. That's one. Now, the other thing is, we just cannot run Cocoa Board or the cocoa industry the way we used to.
Right.
People are afraid that China is entering into cocoa production and one day Ghana may be
taking over.
And I'm saying yes. Why not? Once upon a time, cocoa was not grown in Ghana. We had the cocoa and we became the #1 producer of cocoa. Today we are #2 now. It's possible if we don't do our work well, we'll eventually be wiped out. And if you go to Ecuador and Cameroon and Brazil and the rest, they are using surface water to water their cocoa. Ghana, we have destroyed our land to the point where even you cannot construct irrigation dams in the cocoa growing areas because it will harvest galamsey water, and that water is not good for irrigation. So again, you can see that if you harvest cocoa today in Ghana and you have 1,000 pots of cocoa, it means you have to count all of them one by one by using the cutlass to cut through and break them. How can we continue to do that? When cocoa first came to Ghana, that was the method we were using. And today, we are still using the same method. We have not improved upon the work efficiency within the cocoa industry. So if a Chinese now develop a machine that processes the cocoa faster, Brazil does that, what will happen? They will produce it better than
They'll take the market.
Apart from that, why is Cote d'Ivoire doing well and Ghana is not doing well? You see, even though they also suffer some declines, their declines are not as steep as that of Ghana. And when sometimes we pride ourselves that, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, we are supplying about 70% of the world cocoa. If you take out Cote d'Ivoire, what is the proportion of Ghana's contribution? So we put the two countries together and we are also proud. How can you be producing around 400,000 metric tons of cocoa and you just become so proud? Yes, tons of cocoa. That's what we now do. From 1 million,
from 1 million to 400.
To 400.
It's even 300.
You see that? And so we are just riding on the back of the two countries coming together, and then we are doing that. The other thing is there's something that is developing within the cocoa industry, which is good. The two countries have come together to form a bloc where they negotiate with the consumers up there in the north. I think they should expand that group, bring in Cameroon, bring in Nigeria, and bring Ecuador and the rest. When that group is also expanded, then of course we can have a producers group that can, to some extent, influence the world market price. You see? And unfortunately, the way we also sell our cocoa, we do the forward selling or the hedging.
Yes.
Now, it's like gambling. If you hedge today at 2,600, and then at the time that you harvest your cocoa, the price has gone up to $5,000, then you have lost.
Yeah.
So we have become so much interested in the hedging, forward sales. But the question again is that if you don't do the forward sales and the prices come down, what then happens? It means that at the point of sale, you have to sell at a lower price. But again, it is also because we have not managed cocoa industry. Today, cocoa board should have been able to give loans to other sectors of the economy.
Right.
But they are even so broke and so indebted that they can take money from even the streets because they don't have the money. And that I just cannot understand. You see? So again, it's also about the things that we do. Cocoa board entered into this road construction. Why should that be a fundamental function of cocoa board? You are an institution specialized in the production of cocoa. You are not an institution specialized in road construction. Why should that be your business? There are government institutions that are specialized in other areas, which you have to tap from them. Then you now want to take it yourself.
Okay.
And that type of attitude, a managerial system that characterized cocoa board at the time has brought them to where they are.
Right.
I think that they must focus on their core business of producing cocoa. If they need roads to be constructed, then they should link up with the other state institutions that have got the capacity to construct the roads to do that. If we do this, then we can scale down the managerial area for Cocoa Board, and then they will become efficient.
Dr. Kariwe, thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, so I wanted to add to what my brother said between the relationship between the Ministry of Finance and then the Bank of Ghana. And I'll give this example to support what he said. Assuming that the central bank, their duty is to look for resources to help government keep physical space. So assuming that they have these people and the central bank is the one who is monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
And let me put it this so that people don't.
Yeah.
Even if you print money, the money goes into the infrastructure development. And here, when I say infrastructure, including the purchases of cocoa, etc. What it means is that the central bank will help generate additional revenue for the government.
Right.
So let us not sit and do things that are mutually exclusive between the Ministry of Finance and then the central bank. Let me alone. There must be certain level of cooperation, like he said, so that instead of going for syndicated loan, the central bank itself finance it, so that we can do spot prices and take advantages of the prices or windfall that will come as a result of cocoa prices. And once I'm sure we do that, it will help us to be able to generate the needed revenue that we are looking for.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
And better issues, the things that affect us daily and our lives and what we are looking at and expecting that the budget will tackle. I mean, we can look at the other excesses in government and whatnot, cutting the expenditure and whatnot, but if they don't reflect in your pocket, exactly in my pocket, like we say, I mean, it will basically be nothing to me, but I must be able to feel it and know that things are going on well.
My expectations, especially with regards to the COVID levy, I would be very happy if the COVID levy should be taken out and being replaced with a free SHS levy in order for us to be able to cushion and sustain and maintain the free SHS policy. Because we are of the belief that the free SHS doesn't have a static source of income. And secondly, I will be very glad if there is a talk about the implementation of the 24-hour economy, because the most important thing of students is right after graduation, there are jobs. We don't want to be in a situation whereby we are going to form an unemployed graduate association.
I'm expecting that the budget will see into it that the free SHS policy, because according to this incumbent government, they want to review it. And in reviewing it and making it effective and efficient, funds are needed to do that. So I'm expecting that the free SHS policy will be captured in the budget reading. So I'm looking out for employment too. Economic growth, how we can subsidize or boost our local industries to ensure economic growth, the dollar and the CD ratio too.
And they promised out all the goodies before they came into government, so we are not expecting them to come and tell us stories.
Another sector like the mineral sector or the mining industry, for instance, with an establishment like Gold Board, I think it's going to also provide some sort of income revenue generation for the government. And also, if we are able to focus and properly invest in the tourism industry, we are going to get a lot of money from there that we might
need extra taxes or more taxes, I see.
I believe the government has to do away with a lot of taxes. I am of high conviction that the COVID levy tax should be taken out and be replaced with free SHS tax.
I'm looking at the current taxes being remained, because had they had the intention to remove it or something, they would have done that a very long time.
They mentioned that COVID tax, for instance, would go, the Burton tax would go, but you think they should remain?
I think they should remain, but then there should be changes.
Oh, Eja Onyami, Wamba, for a bread.
A continuous coverage of that first budget by this new administration. If you've been following us, you do understand that the Finance Minister, Dr. Kayode Tuforsen, is already in Parliament. Before we went on that break, we know that there were some issues with the microphones. They had to fix it before the Finance Minister could come in to talk and give us that premier budget they call resetting budget by this new administration, the second presidency of John Mahama. Of course, expectations are rife. We already have bits and pieces of really what we should expect, especially when it comes to budget cuts and those that are supposed to be cleared. And so Ghanaians are all open to see that the government goes by its word. My name is Beatrice Edu. Earlier I was on with Johnny Hughes, Noble Crosby Annan, who has just gotten out of the seat. Michael Ogbodu will be joining us so very shortly. We still have our guest in studio with us and we'll continue that conversation. So let me say another welcome to you. If you're just joining us, this is 3FM 92.7, continuous coverage of the 2025 budget statement. Finance Minister Dr. Kayode Tuforsen should shortly be delivering that to us from the chambers of Parliament, the 9th Parliament. We still have with us Dr. Bernard Tete Dumanya. I hope I got the pronunciation correctly. Excellent. He's a financial economist. He's in studio with us. Thank you so much, Doc, for staying with us. Of course, we have with us Joseph Paddy. He's Director of Communications for the Ghana Union of Traders Associations. Doc, thank you also for joining us.
Thank you. You're looking pretty this morning.
Thank you so much.
Are you so hopeful for the budget?
Well, we're expecting the right things to be said. Pardon?
We don't want the right things to be
said.
The
right things to be said, that will be done.
Yeah, people say the right things, but they never do them.
They never do, right?
Yes. We just want to be realistic on the things that we say today.
Indeed.
So that it can move this country forward.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But let me first get your initial thoughts, though. I mean, unless anybody did not follow the news, a lot of the things that we are expecting to be said in the budget have already been said. And so perhaps people are looking forward to the House. For instance, if you're clearing the e-levy, the COVID-19, the transmission tax and all of that, then people want to know how you're going to do that. Let me just get your preliminary thought first of all.
Well, thank you, Beatrice. I personally think that it will be a good thing to scrap all these taxes. Over the years, we kind of gave revenue to government and we have not seen much. Now, this is a resetting, and by scrapping all these taxes means that those monies will go into the hands of the citizenry. And once citizenry have money...
That's about 7.6 billion cedis.
Yes, that's the projected, actually. And once this citizenry, that money gets into individual pockets, what means that the disposable income increases. And when your disposable income increases, you tend to spend more. And in the economy, when they start spending, that will kickstart the economy. So for me, it is a good technique for resetting this economy. So I'm expecting that as the president said, he'll go by his word to scrap these taxes. I'm not of the view that where are you going to get money? There are two things in economics. One is to minimize cost, and another to maximize revenue. So that if you are not getting revenue, then there is a need to minimize cost. And I'm expecting from this budget that there should be a drastic cut down
in
of
expenditure
from the presidency itself and the various. And I think he has shown a lot of goodwill. I heard the Minister for Government spokesperson
Felix Kwacho Fosu
saying that, look, the sector or the department that he finds himself, it used to be 73 people, now they are about 7 or 8.
And I think that's why he keeps emphasizing that if you haven't seen a statement signed by me indicating that an appointment has been made to the Jubilee House, you don't believe it, because every one of them is signed by me, or at least communicated by me through the press conferences.
Precisely. So I'm glad that he will stick by those things and follow that structure. That structure means that even I cannot generate more income or revenue, let me give it back to people to start spending. Whereas I look inwardly to cut down the waste that we are engulfed here. There's so much waste that will be enough. And my last point, Beatrice, that if I'm not wasting the money, then it must go somewhere.
Indeed.
So this argument of where is he going to get money, I don't get it. What I'm trying to say is that stop the waste, and that money will be enough to be able to finance the projects or the things that this government
Let me get the preliminary thought as well of Joseph Pardee, Director of Communications. I mean, we have a lot of your members importing as well to sell, and so you must have a lot of expectations as regards what the finance minister would say and the government eventually does.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, the business committee is looking for what is the government going to do to stabilize the city. The stability of the city currency is crucial to business community, where you wake up in the morning, a dollar is 1 to 16 cedis. The next 1 hour, dollar is 1 to 16.5. It makes it difficult for every businessman to do projection, and even the consumers. It makes it difficult for you to plan, because if you budgeted yourself, you come to the market space, the following moment the price has changed. There's no price stability. So there must be a deliberate policy to stabilize our city forest. It's a concern. And like you rightly said, looking at the tax component in doing business, the cost of doing business is extremely high. Most people complain that, as for you import so much, you import too much. Why are you not going to production? Ask yourself, who will go to production? Who will go into manufacturing? Where you are going to the bank to go and borrow at the rate of 35 to 40%. You see, so we're looking at the monetary policy aspect too, where we're going to have exchange rate stability, interest rate stability, and then the policy rate that government comes out with, extremely high. So it makes doing business in the country. See, in recent time, Ghana has lost so much to our neighboring countries, especially when it comes to our port. See, now there's no traffic at the port.
Yeah.
Why? Because cost of doing business at the port, cumulatively, we are paying duty rate almost about 55%.
Perhaps more.
Yes, perhaps more. So just imagine you import a goods worth about 100,000. You are paying about $55,000 on that. Which business can survive under this? So we are looking for a hopeful budget, the budget that will bring hope to the business community. Because I always say, if government want to maximize revenue, then you must be interested in facilitating trade. In so doing, because when business grow, your revenue grow. And like my brother said, if you don't cut down on expenditure, it's most times they have goodwill, but the political will is not always there. So I'm saying that we must have a political discipline, not physical discipline. The economists will say we have to have a physical discipline, but I'm saying political discipline. If our politicians are disciplined, why would a politician go and sign a contract on behalf of the Ghana government and cause a judgment debt? So you see where our debts are coming from. Cumulatively, you cause a judgment debt, and it's a debt. That debt can be used for other.
Because perhaps they are not scrutinizing the contract well and seeing those clauses.
If it's your private business, would you do that? That is the issue. If it's your private business and you're going to sign a contract, won't you look into it? And at the end of it all, you cause a huge judgment debt for the country. It's all part of the government expenditure. So this is where we want government to cut down its expenditures, and then there must be discipline. Especially say election year, overspending. If you know you have 12 cedis, why do you go and spend 20 cedis? You see, these are the situations. So we're looking for what is government going to do deliberately to empower the Ghanaian businessman. Because most times, the government always look for FDI. I agree. People say, are you against foreign direct investment? No, I don't. But you must always make a conscious effort to empower your own, so that whatever happens, you know your own will stay with you. When the economy crumbles, they will run away.
I'll go to Dr. Bernard very shortly. But you made the point about people are saying that your members are importing too much.
Yes.
One of the promises that the current administration has given to Ghanaians is reviewing, as it were, the taxes and levies at the port.
Yeah.
So what are your expectations really when it comes to this very promise? Because you just talked about importing and paying 55%. Earlier in the morning, my colleagues and I were talking about even individuals importing stuff because probably they couldn't get them here, and they being asked to pay sometimes even more than the amount that they used to. Exactly. So what do you expect in terms of this very promise by the government to review the levies and taxes at the port? And I'll come to you.
So we are saying that cumulatively, the 50% must be reduced. When you look at on your duty receipt, it's about 21 line item. Import levy, VAT net, VAT this, what this. Just imagine you buy a car for about $5,000, you come and pay a duty for about $9,000. Which the tax element of the item is more than the cost of the item. It's only in Ghana. You see, so we're looking for where we government has assured us COVID-19 is going to go.
Yep.
We're hoping to see that gone. Special levy of 2%. We've been talking about. We say when the sun set, they will take it off. It's still there. We're looking forward for that. E-levy. We're looking forward for that because look at the cascading effect on E-levy. Just imagine this morning I'm sending our old Beatrice. I'm giving Beatrice 2,000 Ghana cedis, and Beatrice want to send, and I pay a tax on that. The same money Beatrice is sending to his grandmother in the village, and he also pay a tax on that. Grandmother also want to send to some young girl in the school. He's also pay. So one money.
It keeps reducing till it gets to the final receiver.
And that money, you don't know whether it's a capital or even there's a profit. You only tax profit. You don't tax people's capital.
So you agree with what Dr. Bernard is saying, but I just wanted us to have a clear idea again as regards how much we're going to lose, as in the government is going to lose. Doc doesn't think that eventually anybody is losing, because if the government is not charging you, then it's money in your pocket.
Yes.
So for betting tax, for instance, is 1.2 billion that currently perhaps being generated. E-levy 2.43 billion cedis, and also for COVID-19 3.965 billion. I believe these are the projected figures.
Yeah.
And you don't think that we're losing it? I want to believe that, Mr. Paddy, you agree?
You're not going to lose, because you're going to plow back that money into your business, and it becomes a capital to you. And so if it becomes a part, my business grow, that is when government revenue will also grow. But if my business doesn't grow, your revenue doesn't grow. So I don't think government lose. And one of the areas we're looking forward for, government is doing the easy work. We always say 30% of people are in the tax net, 70% are outside the tax net. What is government doing to bring the 70%? Instead of introducing a new tax, rather make an effort to bring the 70%, bring even 30 in addition to your 30, and get 60. You get more revenue than even bring a tax of 5% or 3% or 2%. So government should come out. Our economy is an informal economy.
So over 70%, we still stand at that, right?
Yes. So what are you going to do to bring the informal sector into your tax net? These are the things that you need to do. And I tell them, there are so many easy ways we can do that. Look at our brothers and sisters who are coming from Lagos who has no job to do. Put them in the market space. Let them come and then take your taxes for you. Put systems in place. Now we say we have Ghana card, we have all this card. Once upon a time we were complaining about address system. Just imagine somebody is in Abosuka on a tabletop and he has about 3 houses. You understand?
And that's not an understatement.
And we believe that profit is for either savings or spending. So if I get spending, I spend, you get your needed revenue from me, expenditure. If I save, the banks also get money to loan out to people. So you don't tax people's capital. So by government they don't, what are we going, we have complained, and almost every government that comes, the tax net, let's widen the tax net. It has become a slogan.
Indeed, that was where I was going to, and I wanted to ask Dr. Bernard really what our problem is, because it's something that we keep saying. I mean, I remember before the 2024 general election, somewhere, I think the second half of last year, we had GRA empowered by Dr. Baumia, then Vice President, going to the malls. I mean, there were times that we even heard that they had closed some of them because their receipts were not reflecting
Not
the
VAT
GRA.
receipts, yeah.
Exactly. And that was like, once in a while kind of thing that was done, and we don't know what happened to that again, and we still hear let's generate revenue locally. How do you do that?
I think the first thing I would say that we are lazy. We are lazy in the sense that our leaders always want to take the easiest route. Elsewhere, the moment you set up an entity, whether you are a cocoa seller or gobe, there is a way, and you decide to employ somebody. You are registered. You have TIN number. But you cannot pay your employee on table. You pay your employee through a system, which that system interface the GRA. So before the year ends or the month ends, GRA knows that you have paid this amount of money, and this is the tax component. So this issue of manual way of going to close the shop, like my brother said, they have 3 houses, 4 houses where this address system, they are neither here nor there. The problem we have as a country is our refusal to create structures. We come with slogans. We want to do digitization, but there's no framework to anchor the digitization. We want to get a good network. There is no fiber optic across the country to be able to get the network. And I'm saying that this budget must set the tone for a proper framework. And I gave an example this morning that the basic science we learned, they said water take the shape of the container that you put in.
Yeah.
So if you create over, you get over. If you create rectangular shape, you get the shape of rectangle.
The import of what you're saying
Exactly. So what is it that we have to do differently? If we want to infuse digitization into, then it should be all spheres. One, we must create the structures. Every company that is registered must have a number, which we do, and that number, like my brother said, if not you can't do it. Get external accountants to come and do your salaries for you. So he come, small laptop, put in the names of your employees into it, then he pays salary. Now, this is the first check. The first check is that if you pay your employee less than what you're supposed to charge, he will raise up the issue against you. But you cannot pay him or her without going to the system that is interfaced with the GRA. So what it means is that automatically you are collecting your taxes. And in some countries where you pay more tax, what do? They give you tax returns, isn't it?
Returns, yes.
So why should we now employ people to be going with guns and this and clothes? They will still outwit you.
Just a crude way of trying to collect the money.
It's an old-fashioned, it's a 19th century way of doing things. So at this dispensation, and that is the interesting thing about transitional economies, that is not only the DY/DX that we use to run the economy. We infuse it with culture. We infuse it with norms. We infuse it with other practices that will anchor the way of life of the people. So when you go to China, the ordinary, before the child grows, he understands that this is my responsibility. Here we don't do that in our educational sector and all the things that we do. So until we get to that human dimension into our body politic and finance, I'm sure that we'll still have the issue. And like my brother said, there's an easiest way to widen the tax net. So now we are doing 30%. If this government do 60, believe me, we generate enough revenue that all these things that we are complaining about.
And I know you've spoken about a few of them, but generally, practically, how do we make that happen, aside from what you just said?
So there are two ways that two or more ways that we collect taxes. The first one is that we collect from those who income tax and then the corporate tax. What is the mechanism now? Now you go there, and those of us who have small businesses, you'll be there, then GRA bring in something. I remember the last time they said the former vice president insulted them.
Yes, when they said
the same tax component the person who is paying doesn't understand.
So let me sorry to interrupt you. We are just seeing the Finance Minister, Dr. Cassiel Forson, coming in with his bag. Okay, that looks like it reminds me of the former Finance Minister. It's a brown bag, actually. Yeah, and he's very excited over there. If you're following us on Facebook, we're showing you visuals from the Parliament right now. Cassiel Forson in his black suit, white shirt, and a red tie. Very excited. Well, I'm sure he's excited about what he's going to present to Ghanaians. And so that's him there sitting there. I'm sure he's waiting for that green light for him to mount to the podium and give to us really what he and his and the government really have been working all these weeks to bring to Ghanaians. And he's sitting by the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga, followed by Deputy Majority Leader Kweku Rickett-Hagan, going through their notes there, getting ready. Perhaps we should go there and hear exactly what's going on, and we'll come back to our conversation.
Read Order 6, and I've checked on our schedule from Schedule 1 to Schedule 10, and that of Order 6. And I have not been able to understand. And as we stand, Mr. Speaker, as at now, the House has not determined the form the budget is going to be presented. So, Mr. Speaker, the House has to determine the form before he can present any statement. Mr. Speaker, that is my plea, that the House must determine, my application is that the House must determine the form of the budget statement before he reads the statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act and its various amendments spell out clearly the budgeting process, the requirements of a budget, what must be contained in it, and etc. And that was a legislation enacted by the same Parliament. And this Parliament acts according to the prescriptions of that legislation. So if there are provisions in the standing orders that recommend that we have a form in which the budget should be presented, the provisions of the Public Financial Management Act, of course, is the parent legislation dealing with financial management and the presentation of budgets. So I don't think there's an issue here. Let's proceed and take the budget statement from the Minister of Finance.
Yes, Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I have listened to the application by the Member of Parliament for Toulon. I have also listened to the Leader of the House responding to the said application. The Leader of the House makes a general submission. The application was anchored on the rules of this House. A mandatory provision in Order 195, there's no mayday. It reads, for the avoidance of doubt and at the risk of being repetitive, this is what it says. The budget statement in economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the Minister responsible for finance on behalf of and on the authority of the President, and in the form the House may determine. Yes, wait, look at it. Wait, yes. So, yes, wait. Mr. Speaker, they should take it easy. This is law. Take it easy. Mr. Speaker, what is the reverse logic? Please, for the benefit of our young ones, for the benefit of the young ones, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this house is a house of procedure. This house is equally guided by its own rules and precedents. Wait a moment. For those who are in a hurry to shout in his agreement, if the law says may determine, is it also the case that in reverse logic, the House may decide not to determine any form? But no, wait. The law is that a budget statement must be presented. But we are saying again that as a House, we may have to determine which form. So, Mr. Speaker, the invitation by the minority, the deputy minority whip, is well founded. He is inviting us as a House to determine, are we going to allow him to make a statement, or we are going to allow him to move a motion? Is it going to be in a form of a motion or in a form of a statement? This is a well-anchored application. Don't use your number to shout to intimidate him. He has made a solid argument. This House has not determined the form in which this item has to be taken. The deputy minority whip is inviting us to set the ground rules. The majority leader got up and referred to PFM Act to say what? He didn't quote the specific provision. The man has made an application under our own rules. You didn't attack him on the rules. You didn't know, you didn't say anything against his application on the rules. Mr. Speaker, as the minister is here, in which form are we going to listen to him? What is he going to make a statement, or he is going to move a motion? Mr. Speaker, this house is being invited to determine this matter. You see, the Supreme Court has had an occasion to give a contextual interpretation where may is placed to mean shall. Yes, it is there. No, come on, Mr. Speaker, even that argument aside, put that argument aside. There is no need for any interpretation of whether may should be shall. The point is that the law provides that we should determine the form. The law says we should determine the form. In this House, there are ways to come here. You come to make a statement, you come to move a motion. What is the minister coming to do? It's for this House to determine. Is he going to move a motion in accordance with Article 179? Or he's coming to make a statement? And when he makes the statement, what happens? Is it going to be left with a chairman of a finance committee to now move that this House should debate the statement? Mr. Speaker, this is a solid application, and he should be applauded for what he's done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I want to rule on this matter. I've heard enough. I think in terms of procedure, the right thing has been done. The order you quoted clearly states the statement of the estimates of revenue and expenditure of the government. It says what? The statement. And so what they are bringing to us is a statement. And when statements are admitted, they are presented as statements. Now, when you go to 1952, which you refer to, it says the budget statement and economic policy of the government shall be presented to the House by the minister responsible for finance on behalf of or on the authority of the president. That's first. Second, and in a form the House may determine. Honorable Minority Leader, you are not in a shouting battle. Please. This is the House. The only way the House can determine however you define form is when the statement is presented to you. The House cannot determine this matter outside the House. You can only determine it when you are truly sitting as a House. And this is the House, he's presenting the statement. If you decide that you want a form, you define form in any different manner as you are doing, then this is the time when it is presented, you take this opportunity to determine that form you want. Different from the earlier forms that we've decided and been practicing. If this is what you want to do, please, the statement must first be presented to you. It has to be presented to the House. And if you may, you determine the form you want it to be presented. That can be part of the debate. But I'm not sure the definition you are putting on the word form. Form. Please go back to your lexicons. To determine the meaning of form. I think the writing is being done. The statement was admitted. It's been properly captured on the order paper as programmed by the business committee, and the minister is here to present the statement to the House. So the minister may do so. So at honorable members, Honorable Minister, just a minute. Honorable members, at the commencement,
Mr. Speaker, just to thank you for your guidance and the proper interpretation of 1952. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM. Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM.
So if you're watching us on Facebook, we are still in Parliament. They are trying to sort things out for the Finance Minister, Dr. Kisulato Forson, to come and present the budget.
Item 7, statements. The budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on the authority of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, and pursuant to Article 179 of the Constitution and the other paper and the standing orders of the House, Order 1952, and today's order paper, Item 7. Mr. Speaker, I present to you the budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, today marks a moment of great significance, and I have the singular honor to stand before this House to present on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, following his extraordinary mandate, the maiden budget of his new administration. Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply grateful to His Excellency the President for entrusting me with this responsibility. Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I also submit to this House the following statutory report as required by law. The 2024 annual report on the Petroleum Funds, in line with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815, as amended, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also submit the 2024 Energy Sector Levies Report in accordance with Section 6 of the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the 2024 Annual Report on the collection and utilization of the African Import Union Levy, in line with Section 7 of the African Union Import Levy Act 2017, Act 952. Right Honorable Speaker, with this budget, I will also be seeking a review of the following act to support the policies of government aimed at stabilizing the economy and promoting inclusive growth. The first will be an amendment to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act 2011, Act 815. The second will be the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund Act 870. And the second will be an amendment to the Mineral Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978. The Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899. I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Cocoa Board Act, Act 1984, the PNDC Law 81, as amended. The Speaker, that's not all. I will also be seeking amendment to the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2017, Act 947, the Ghana Procurement Authority Act 2003, Act 663, as amended in Act 914. The Speaker, I will be seeking amendment to the Ghana Education Trust Fund Act 2000, Act 581. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will also be seeking amendment to the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 982, and incorporating into a comprehensive public financial management act. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to add that I will also be seeking amendment to the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. So, Speaker, we remain committed to the pursuit of our 24-hour economic policy of stimulating economic growth and job creation. Right Honorable Speaker, this policy will contribute to addressing Ghana's structural economic challenge by creating an integrated, efficient, and increasingly export-driven industrial economy that fulfills the utilization of our national resources, capital, and labor power. Right Honorable Speaker, will be presenting the 24-hour economic policy to Parliament in due course. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the Ghana Investment Promotion Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed accordingly. Mr. Speaker, as part of the effort to stabilize our city through foreign exchange and gold reserve accumulation, I will also submit a bill to provide a legal framework for the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board for the consideration of this House. Mr. Speaker, this budget is indeed an abridged version of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government. I respectfully request the Hansa Department to capture the entire budget statement and economic policy of government for the year ending 31st December 2025. Mr. Speaker, standing here evokes a sense of nostalgia as I reflect on my journey in public service. From my early days as a young parliamentarian in this House in the year 2009, destiny has guided my path from a backbencher to a member of the Finance Committee, to a Deputy Minister of Finance, to ranking member of the Finance Committee, to Minority Leader, to Majority Leader briefly, and now, Mr. Speaker, as Minister responsible of Finance. Right Honorable Speaker, the invaluable experience I gained in this chamber has shaped my perspective, sharpened my focus, and prepared me for the task at hand. I fully commit to supporting His Excellency the President to fix the economy of Ghana. I take this opportunity to extend my profound gratitude to the good people of Ejuma Kwenyanesiam, my constituents, and to you, Mr. Speaker, and members of this House across the aisle for your unwavering support throughout my years in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, this esteemed House is a sanctuary of rigorous debate, principled cooperation, and at times constructive disagreement, all in the pursuit of greater good of our beloved country. I look forward to working with you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to reset the Ghana's economy through sound policy and structural reforms that will propel our country forward. So, Speaker, there comes a time in a nation's history when fundamental challenges must be confronted, difficult choices must be made, and a new course must be set for the future. For Ghana, the defining moment is now. Mr. Speaker, President John Dramani Mahama made a commitment to reset Ghana for jobs, accountability, prosperity. The Speaker, as captured in the NDC manifesto, in this regard, the theme of our budget is resetting the economy for Ghana we want. Right Honorable Speaker, the democratic principles we tirelessly fought for are being held. Our democracy has been consolidated with yet another peaceful transition of power. That notwithstanding, our youth face an uncertain future with growing unemployment and hopelessness. This suggests that the dividends of democracy, such as economic prosperity and social justice, remains elusive. Mr. Speaker, the choice before us as a country are clear. We can either continue on a path of self-destruction by not confronting the problems, or we can embark on a journey of fundamental reforms and transformation. one that resets our economic model, redefines our priorities, honors our social contract, and provides opportunity for all. Mr. Speaker, luckily, President Mahama has chosen the path of reform and transformation. He will fix the economy. He will restore hope and lead us to build the Ghana we want together. Right Honorable Speaker, this budget was preceded by the National Economic Dialogue on the theme Resetting Ghana, Building the Economy We Want Together, on the 3rd and the 4th of March 2025. Through this consensus-building dialogue, the people demanded a decisive action, real solution to the severe challenges that plagued us as a country. Mr. Speaker, the 2025 budget is a culmination of the true aspirations, felt needs, genuine desires of the people of Ghana, expressed through the engagement with diverse stakeholders. As part of our broad consultation also, ahead of the budget, we recently engaged traders at major trading centers, including the Mokola market, to listen to their concerns, gauge their expectations, and elicit their input. Mr. Speaker, the extensive consultation revealed that the overriding concern among Ghanaian traders and business community remains price and exchange rate stability. Apart from eroding their working capital, exchange rate volatilities makes effective business planning impossible and increase the cost of doing business. This budget outlines far-reaching measures which will be implemented in close collaboration with the Central Bank, the Bank of Ghana, to effectively and efficiently manage the exchange rate and inflation. Mr. Speaker, we also engage the youth of Ghana in a dialogue on social media as part of our new budget consultation. Mr. Speaker, during my engagement with the youth, it was revealed that 321 pharmacists who were employed since June 2023 have not received their salaries. We will take urgent steps to remedy this situation immediately. Right Honorable Speaker, this conversation was an eye-opening experience, one that strengthened my belief that the voices of the youth matter in designing policies that directly and indirectly impact their lives and future. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2016, I came to this chamber on behalf of the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Seth Emmanuel Tepe, and led the passage of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 912, to deploy a robust public financial management system. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the Public Financial Management Act remains one of the best in the world, its poor implementation has rendered our public financial management systems weak, allowing for abuse and costly infraction. So, Speaker, President Mahama's government is committed to the full implementation of this critical legislation. So, Speaker, accordingly, we will enforce the sanction regime, link contracting and public procurement to budgetary provisions in the medium-term expenditure framework, and seek parliamentary approval for all multi-year commitments as required by law. Mr. Speaker, we will comply with the public procurement process and link them to approved budget. We will also respect the limits of the appropriations as approved by Parliament. We will rationalize the management of the compensation of employees, including conducting headcount across the country. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention or my focus to the state of the Ghanaian economy as of 31st December 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now focus my attention on the state of the Ghanaian economy as of 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, hands on heart, we inherited an economy in deep crisis. Mr. Speaker, an economy hard hit with debt and beset by other fiscal challenges, such as large accumulation of MDRS, energy sector, shortfalls, and financial sector payments. Mr. Speaker, recommitment control and reckless public spending have reversed the progress made in fiscal consolidation, even under the IMF program that commenced in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the gains made under the IMF-supported program that was to achieve through the painful sacrifice of domestic bondholders, external creditors, and taxpayers, the economy remains in distress. Right Honorable Speaker, key performance indicators to be assessed by the IMF staff in the upcoming fourth review of the program scheduled for April 2025, such as the primary balance on commitment basis, inflation, social protection, and others, as at end 2024, are likely missed. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition, all structural benchmarks due by end December 2024 are also missed. So, Speaker, inflation worsened in the year 2024 from 23.2% in the year 2023 to 23.8% in 2024. So, Speaker, the 2024 end period inflation also exceeded the budget target of 15% by 8.8 percentage points and the IMF central target of 18% by 5.8 percentage points. Unfortunately, this has triggered a discussion with IMF under the monetary policy consultation clause. Right Honorable Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP in the year 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the primary balance on commitment basis target for 2024 was a surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, the previous government recorded a deficit of 3.9 percentage points of GDP. This presents a slippage of a whopping 4.4 percentage points. Right Honorable Speaker, at the end of December 2024, total central government arrests amounted to 67.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 5.2% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, with the road sector recording an arrest of 21 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when I assumed office on the 23rd of January 2025, my office was inundated with requests for payment from many contractors and suppliers. To ascertain the total arrests and outstanding payment for all MDAs, the Ministry of Finance decided to formally request all MDAs on the 28th of January 2028 to submit information on all arrests and outstanding claims for validation. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance held a special hearing with the MDAs to validate the arrests that were submitted for payment. The response from the MDAs and the validation revealed that a staggering amount of 67.5 billion Ghana cedis is owed to government contractors and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, this consists of MDA's outstanding interim payment of invoices worth 49.2 billion and bank transfer advice at the Controller Accountant General worth 18.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion excludes $1.73 billion owed to independent power producers. This 67 billion also excludes 68 billion Ghana cedis owned by Electricity Company of Ghana to contractors. Mr. Speaker, this 67 billion also excludes the 32 billion owned by the Ghana Cocoa Board to contractors. And Mr. Speaker, this 67.5 billion also excludes the 5.75 billion owned by the Ghana Road Fund to various contractors. Right Honorable Speaker, the Bank of Ghana is also seeking an amount of 53 billion Ghana cedis as bailout to be able to address their negative equity challenge that they face. Mr. Speaker, as part of the measures to address these mounting accumulated arrests, we have commissioned an audit of these arrest payments and guarantee value for money before a penny will be paid. Mr. Speaker, before a penny will be paid, we commit to do that arrest. Right Honorable Speaker, in addition to the 67.5 billion cedis in arrests, the validation process also revealed that MDAs have awarded contract to the tune of a minimum 194 billion Ghana cedis Mr. Speaker, this amount represents 16.5% of GDP as at the end of 2024. With the road sector again alone accounting for 100 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, most of these contractors and most of these contracts were awarded without commencement certificate and authorization. Mr. Speaker, this is in blatant violation of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921. Right Honorable Speaker, let me now update you on our debt service obligations. Mr. Speaker, apart from the huge arrests and commitment, our fiscal situation is further complicated by huge bullet debt service and constrained fiscal financing options. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the government option to finance the budget is limited to only Treasury bill market following the debt restructuring program. Moreover, the forthcoming debt service of both domestic and Eurobond debt obligation will have profound implications for fiscal sustainability and balance of payment. Right Honorable Speaker, domestic debt service alone, programmed for the next 4 years, is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, simply put, the interest and principal payment that will be due for payment beginning now for the next 4 years is 150.3 billion Ghana cedis. This represents 11.6% of GDP in domestic debt service obligation alone. The Speaker, of this 150 billion Ghana cedis, 73.3% of this 150 billion Ghana cedis is due for payment in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, 2027 alone, the domestic debt service that will be falling due will be 57.6 billion, and 2028 will be made to call upon to pay 52.5 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, the debt service obligation of 2027 and 2028 are major harms. These harms are cancerous and pose significant risks to the economy of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, touch wood, we shall fix it. We shall fix it. Mr. Speaker, our debt service obligation of this financial year is equally burdensome with significant harms. February, we were called upon to pay 9.9 billion. July, we'll be paying 6.2 billion, and August, we'll be paying 10.1 billion, all this year. Right Honorable Speaker, the fiscal challenges are further compounded by the significant short-term Treasury bill that we also inherited. So, Speaker, these obligations, totaling about 111.1 billion Ghana cedis, requires rollover week in, week out, placing additional pressure on cash flows and liquidity requirements. Mr. Speaker, beyond the domestic maturities, Ghana faces significant external debt service obligations for the next 4 years. In the next 4 years, we'll be made to call upon to pay $8.7 billion US dollars, representing 10.9% of GDP, with heavy concentration again in the year 2027 and 2028. Again, Mr. Speaker, 55% of this external debt service will be due in the year 2027 and 2028. Right Honorable Speaker, in the year 2027, we'll be made to pay $2.5 billion US dollars, and 2028, we'll have to again pay $2.4 billion US dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, it seems the debt restructuring undertaken by the previous administration was designed to make 2027 and 2028 debt repayment heavy, sadly. So, Speaker, I don't know how come we sat and allowed that design to happen. So, Speaker, that is cancerous. But I can assure you, we will fix it. Mr. Speaker, in spite of all these upcoming domestic and external debt service obligations, no buffers were built to cushion this unprecedented debt service burden. Mr. Speaker, as of 7 January 2025, the debt service reserve account, the sinking fund in dollar, has a balance of $64,000 US dollars. Mr. Speaker, when we were leaving office, we left behind $319 million in that same account. Mr. Speaker, the debt service reserve CD account had an amount of 143 million Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, when we were leaving office, the balance was 430 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I now move you to stored project. Mr. Speaker, due to the bilateral creditors' debt restructuring that is ongoing, undertaken by previous administration, a staggering number of 55 projects have been halted. Mr. Speaker, this leaves a massive amount of $3 billion in undisbursed loans and about $300 million in outstanding interim payment certificates, IPCs. Some of these projects include the famous Ifia Kwanta Hospital, the Kejetia Market Phase 2, the Bolgatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, and the Tema Aflawa Road project. Delayed payment and demobilization from site could result in cost overruns of about $1.1 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker, the IMF-supported program imposed an annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for all bilateral loans that are being restructured. This constraint means that it will take a minimum of 12 years to complete all of this stored program. So, Speaker, unfortunately, as a result of the debt restructuring, all this stored program, working with the IMF will take a minimum of 12 years if we decide to go business as usual. We'll be engaging in the coming days to resolve this challenge. Speaker, I now take you to the famous energy sector fiscal risk. Mr. Speaker, the increase in energy sector financing shortfall is posing significant risk to the Ghanaian economy. In the year 2024, the Ministry of Finance supported the energy sector with payment of about 20.8 billion Ghana cedis. These resources could have been used for job creation and other development programs, like roads, schools, and hospitals, if the sector inefficiencies were resolved. Mr. Speaker, a recent exercise conducted by the Energy Sector Financing Modeling Team under the Energy Sector Recovery Program, ESRP, revealed that the business as usual energy sector financing shortfall has increased significantly to about 35 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025 alone, even after spending in excess of 20 billion cedis in the year 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, more importantly, the shortfall for the period 2023 to 2026 has been estimated to be about 140 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, this amount is 20 times more than the allocation for goods and service for all MDAs in the year 2025. The Speaker, in addition, the energy sector shortfalls, which relate to current invoices that are largely unpaid legacy arrears due to the independent power producers. So, Speaker, the legacy arrears stood at $1.73 billion as at end 2024. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector, which has long been the backbone of the Ghanaian economy, is sadly on its knees, owing to gross mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, the sector faces declining output and financing challenges, characterized by unsustainable debt, rollover cocoa contract risk, and quasi-fiscal expenditures, including cocoa roads, which, Mr. Speaker, is a non-core function of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Right, Honorable Speaker, cocoa production has dropped by nearly 50% over the past 3 years. In the year 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 330,000 tons of cocoa to meet its contractual obligation. This sharply decline has affected the finances of Ghana Cocoa Board. This undersupply has been rolled over for subsequent years for the new administration to pay. So, Speaker, these 2023 to 2024 forward sales contracts, locked in at lower prices than the current market rates, have resulted in revenue losses of about $840 million for both Ghana Cocoa Board and the impoverished cocoa farmer. Right Honorable Speaker, the rollout cocoa contract has resulted in a loss of $495 million for the year 2025 alone. Mr. Speaker, these are the risks in relation to the market price differentials and as a result, costs causing the smuggling that we see with Ghana Cocoa Board. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board outstanding debt amount to 32 billion Ghana cedis, of which 11.92 billion is due to be paid in the year 2025. Outstanding cocoa road contracts reached 21 billion Ghana cedis, approximately $1.3 billion in the year 2024, of which only 4.4 billion has been accounted for in Cocoa Board's finances for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector still struggles even after spending 30.3 billion in the financial sector cleanup exercise by end 2024. This includes 26.9 billion Ghana cedis after spending this amount in the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the financial sector is still struggling, and the financial sector will require 10.45 billion Ghana cedis to address the financial sector legacy issues and emergent risk. In addition, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.2 billion Ghana cedis is required to fully capitalize the National Investment Bank and the Agricultural Development Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I will also update the House on the fiscal performance for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal performance in the year 2024 was characterized by improved revenue collection, but with significant expenditure overruns. In addition, large arrests were accumulated over the period. Mr. Speaker, in summary, the provisional data shows the following. 1. Primary balance on commitment basis, the key fiscal anchor of the IMF program, worsened from a deficit of 0.2% of GDP at the end of 2023 to a deficit of 3.9% of GDP at the end of the year 2024. This is 4.4 percentage points worse than the target surplus of 0.5% of GDP. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, Mr. Speaker, the primary balance was a deficit of 1.2% of GDP against a target of 0.6% of GDP, representing a 100% deviation. Mr. Speaker, the overall fiscal balance on commitment basis for 2024 was a deficit of 7.9% of GDP against a target of 4.2% of GDP, while the overall fiscal balance on cash basis was a deficit of 5.2% of GDP against a target of 5.3% of GDP. Total revenue and grants amounted to 186.6 billion Ghana cedis, or 15.9% of GDP, 5.3% above the revised target of 177.2 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.4% of GDP. The performance was mainly driven by higher than programmed oil and gas receipts and higher non-oil tax revenue collection. Total expenditure on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 279.2 billion, or 23.7% of GDP. This is 27.1% above the budget provisions of the year 2024, Mr. Speaker. The primary balance on commitment basis, including discrepancies, amounted to 232.4 billion, or 19.8% of GDP. This is 35.3% above the target of 171.7 billion, or 16.8% of GDP. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, all expenditure lines exceeded their respective targets for the period, except for interest payments, goods and service, and other expenditures. Right Honorable Speaker, the discrepancies for the year 2024 being unclassified expenditure was 3.8 billion Ghana cedis as compared to 12.9 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, at the end of December 2024, provisional data indicate that gross central government and guaranteed debt was 726.7 billion, from 610 billion in 2023. This represents 61.8% of GDP in 2024, compared to 68.7% in the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP ratio and the dollar component of our debt that has come down, that has reduced, is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal of Eurobond debt under the debt restructure. Mr. Speaker, it is important to know that. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, it is instructive to note that the debt to GDP that has reduced is as a result of the 37% haircut on principal and interest that were given to Eurobond bondholders. So, Speaker, you may recall that the government commenced the debt restructuring program in the year 2022 to restore debt sustainability and economic stability. As of now, the restructuring process is approximately 93% completed. The remaining 7% relate to debt of $2.7 billion owed to commercial creditors. We are committed to completing the remaining debt restructuring as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, real sector development in the year 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 shows that overall real GDP growth increase. So, Speaker, at the end of increase to 5.7% in the year 2024. So, Speaker, I take that again. So, Speaker, provisional 2024 GDP statistics published by the Ghana Statistical Service on the 10th of March 2025 show that overall GDP growth grew by 5.7% of GDP compared to the growth rate of 3.1% recorded over the same period. Mr. Speaker, the key driver of this growth was largely coming from gold mine. So, Speaker, including Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, Galamsey growth cannot be sustainable. Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP growth. Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP grew by 0.6% in the year 2024, compared with a growth rate of 3.6% recorded in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the gross international reserves increased to a stock position of $8.98 billion at the end of 2024 and was enough to cover 4 months of imports, exceeding the target of a floor of 3 months of import cover. At the end of 2024, the currency had depreciated by 19.2% against the US dollars, 17.8% against the British pound, so Speaker, and it had depreciated by 13.7% against the euro. So, Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, it is what it is. The state of our economy is troubling, but we will fix it. So, Speaker, touch wood, we will fix it. But, Mr. Speaker, it will require some sacrifices, truthfulness, transparency, and discipline. We will take strong measures to confront the situation head-on. So, Speaker, the sacrifice must come from all stakeholders, beginning with the government. So, Speaker, His Excellency the President appreciates this and has led the charge by significantly downsizing his government from the Elephant 88 to the Umbrella 60. Mr. Speaker, he has also reduced the number of his government ministries from the Elephant 30 to the Umbrella 23. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contribution to the resetting agenda, organized labor has followed suit by working with government and employers association to agree on a modest 10% increase in base pay and minimum wage for the year 2025. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I would like to express my profound gratitude to organized labor and employers. Mr. Speaker, ordinary Ghanaians have also sacrificed by enduring the negative impact of severe currency depreciation since 2022. Hyperinflation, high food inflation, principal and interest haircuts, soaring interest rates, among others. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for the people's representative, the members of Parliament, and the judiciary to also follow suit. I would like to call on all other stakeholders, including the business community, faith-based organizations, academia, and civil society to support this national call. So, Speaker, our immediate task is to reset our nation, to restore good governance, reduce the excruciating suffering of our people, and set our country on a trajectory of economic transformation. So, Speaker, our vision is to build a prosperous and a democratic state, anchored on the principles of freedom and justice, providing equal opportunities for all. So, Speaker, through this vision, we will work together to build the Ghana we want. Right Honorable Speaker, the resetting agenda will be anchored on the following. 1, restoring hope in our democracy, renewing trust in public officials, and helping every Ghanaian attain their full potential. Offering a trusted hand to the vulnerable, particularly women and youth, and creating a new Ghana for coming generations. And finally, stimulating demand by patronizing made-in-Ghana goods under the 24-hour economy. Mr. Speaker, today I came to this chamber with made-in-Ghana bag, signifying, Mr. Speaker, with made-in-Ghana bag, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first present, Mr. Speaker, they don't know that in Ghana we sow suit. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to first present the government's immediate and strong measures to address the current challenges we are confronted with, followed by the medium-term vision, policy objectives and targets. Right Honorable Speaker, consistent with Section 14 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 911, the fiscal policy objectives of this government is to support the economic transformation agenda to ensure the macroeconomic stability of the country within the macroeconomic and fiscal framework. More specifically, the fiscal policy objective of the government include the following: rationalizing government expenditure and eliminating wasteful expenditures, optimizing domestic revenue mobilization through broadening of tax base, increased non-tax revenue collection, adopting enhanced tax compliance measures, and modernizing the tax administration through digital technology. Mr. Speaker, we will also increase the share of domestic expenditure to spur economic growth and job creation. We'll be reducing public debt to sustainable levels and adopting prudent debt management practice to support debt sustainability. Reducing the fiscal deficit progressively in accordance with the amended Fiscal Responsibility Act to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. And Mr. Speaker, restoring confidence in the Ghana economy. Right Honorable Speaker, our approach will be to foster economic growth, accelerate job creation, reduce inflation, and stabilize the cedi. To achieve this, it is crucial that we establish the macroeconomic stability and ensure debt sustainability. So, Speaker, we are confident that by prioritizing these fundamental elements, we can cultivate an environment where individuals can prosper and businesses can thrive in Ghana. So, Speaker, Ghanaians, through the recent National Economic Dialogue, have expressed a clear desire for fiscal deficit and public debt to be reduced through cuts in government spending rather than through only tax measures. We wholeheartedly agree. So, Speaker, going forward, we will tailor our expenditure to align with our fiscal realities. After all, whoever pays off their debt gets rich. So, Speaker, we are poised to implement a three-pronged approach to achieve our objective, beginning with this budget immediately. First will be to recalibrate the fiscal adjustment, and we believe that by prioritizing spending-led fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle. Fiscal adjustment can initiate a positive cycle in a way that first, it will help lower inflation and curb depreciation of the cedi. Secondly, it will lessen government reliance on borrowing, which in turn will reduce the crowding out of private sector and lower interest rates. Lastly, this approach will ease the strain on monetary policy, allowing the central bank some greater flexibility to reduce monetary policy rates, ultimately resulting in lower bank and lending rates. So, Speaker, the second approach will be to deliver shock therapy. Mr. Speaker, we are implementing a form of shock therapy to the economy by making significant spending cuts this year, thereby reducing the government financing needs and front-loading fiscal adjustment. This is the down payment for our policy credibility and credit worthiness. Right Honourable Speaker, our third approach will be to restore fiscal responsibility. By moving forward, we will enhance public financial management by empowering ministers to effectively manage their budget on their own, ensuring strict compliance with the commencement certificate. So, Speaker, we'll be passing and enforcing a revised Fiscal Responsibility Act, and finally, we will enforce the sanction regime for non-compliance of the Public Financial Management Act. So, Speaker, in pursuit of the overarching macroeconomic objectives, the following macroeconomic targets have been set for the year 2025. Overall real GDP growth of at least 4% of GDP. So, Speaker, not less non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, end period inflation rate of 11.9%. So, Speaker, primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. So, Speaker, gross international reserves, including oil funds and encumbered assets, to cover not more than a minimum of 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, to address inflation, government will implement a number of measures to complement the Bank of Ghana and monetary authorities. So, Speaker, the measures to stabilize the exchange rate include the following. We will be establishing the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation of accumulation of forex to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. The Bank of Ghana will continue to implement its FX forward auction to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. Government strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit will reduce the pressure on the exchange rate. And Mr. Speaker, our import substitution drive under the 24-hour economy involving domestic production of key products originally imported will reduce imports and related FX requirements, boding well for FX stability. Right Honourable Speaker, we are addressing the inflation problems through a number of measures, including the following. First, specific interventions, including the Agriculture for Economic Transformational Agenda, is expected to increase food production and reduce food inflation. The government will implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utility, to reduce their prices. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing will contribute significantly to reducing inflationary pressures. Right Honourable Speaker, our strategy to improve exchange rate stability will reduce imported inflation and fuel prices. And Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana will maintain an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. Right Honourable Speaker, to achieve our expenditure-led fiscal consolidation objectives, we will implement the following measures. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to our expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, the following expenditure measures will be implemented in 2025 and the medium term to support fiscal consolidation agenda. First, we will conduct a comprehensive audit to validate the quantum of arrests and commitment as at 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the mandatory use of blanket purchase order to capture multi-year commitment contracts in line with our medium-term expenditure ceilings will be implemented. We will amend the Public Procurement Act to provide for an independent value for money office to scrutinize government procurement. Mr. Speaker, we will also work with Parliament to amend the Public Procurement Act to make commencement certificate and budgetary provision a prerequisite for all procurement that will be paid by the central government. Mr. Speaker, we will fully integrate GANEPS and GIFMIS to ensure that only MDA's projects and purchase orders that have approved budget and allotment can obtain procurement approvals. Mr. Speaker, we will operationalize the compliance desk at the Ministry of Finance to monitor reports on commitment and arrest accumulation. Mr. Speaker, aside that, we will publish a PFM league table for compliance purposes. We will strictly enforce sanctions under the sections 96 to 98 of the Public Financial Management Act for breaches of the PFM Act, specifically those that relate to arrest accumulation and commitment control. Right Honourable Speaker, we will cut waste and we will cut it very deep. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, we have selected expenditure items including the Ghana Cares, the USTAT, One District, One Factory for complete elimination. Mr. Speaker, we will reassign the functions of development authorities such as Coastal Development Authority, the Northern Development Authority, the Middle Belt Development Authority to the district assemblies and do away with the development authorities. So, Speaker, we will amend the Petroleum Revenue Management Act to allocate all ABFA resources for infrastructure use, not for goods and services, but for infrastructure use. So, Speaker, the National Health Insurance will receive full allocation under the earmark funds capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, the road fund will receive full allocation under the earmark fund and capping and realignment act. So, Speaker, JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30, we will reduce the JNPC share of net carried and participating interest from 30% to 15% and fully restore transfers to GMPC under the earmark fund and capping alignment act. Right Honourable Speaker, we'll be amending the Mineral Income and Investment Fund Act to ensure that 80% of the royalties originally maintained by MIF is transferred to the Consolidated Fund for Infrastructure Development. Right Honourable Speaker, we will strengthen social protection through the implementation of new interventions such as the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions under the No Fee Stress Initiative. The Speaker, it also includes the free tertiary education for persons with disability, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Trust Care, otherwise known as Mahama Care, and free sanitary pads for schoolgirls. Mr. Speaker, to address the energy sector challenges, including reducing the quantum of large energy sector shortfalls, the following energy sector recovery program interventions will be implemented this year. First, Mr. Speaker, ECG and NEDCO will implement a number of measures, including metering and implementation of private sector participation. Mr. Speaker, we'll also implement the liquid fuel to gas swap through an increase in end gas supply from 60 MMSC per day to 100 MMSC to take advantage of cheaper gas prices and others. Mr. Speaker, we will complete the IPP capacity renegotiation to generate some savings through negotiated lower fixed capacity charges and variable O&M charges. Mr. Speaker, as agreed with the IMF by the previous administration, we will implement the following ESRP measures to achieve the structural benchmark of the IMF program. Mr. Speaker, PURC will continue to implement the quarterly tariff adjustment to reflect changes in inflation, exchange rate, and generation mix. Mr. Speaker, PURC will also undertake a major tariff adjustment which will be due in fourth quarter of 2025 to reflect capacity charges, additional liquid fuel usage, and additional capex. The weighted average cost of gas will be increased from the current $7.80 per MMBTU to $8.45 to reflect the increased prices of natural gas as well as the changes in the supply mix. So, Speaker, the subsidy on weighted average cost of gas granted to some ceramic companies through the discounted industrial development tariff will be reversed. So, Speaker, I now take you to the revenue measures. So, Speaker, in proposing some revenue measures to achieve the 2025 fiscal target for your consideration, I'll first take you to the IMF requirement. Mr. Speaker, this measures is inconsistent with our commitment under the IMF-supported program to observe a non-oil tax revenue effort of 0.6% point of GDP annually as part of the measures to improve domestic revenue mobilization and achieve our debt sustainability target over the medium term. Right, Honorable Speaker, despite our commitment to increase the non-oil tax revenue by 0.6%, we have programmed the following nuisance taxes for removal in line with our manifesto promise. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on winning from lottery, otherwise known as the betting tax. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy of 1%. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 10% withholding tax on betting. We will abolish the electronic transfer levy, e-levy of 1%. We will abolish the emission levy, otherwise as in Wusie tax. We will abolish the VAT on motor vehicle insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 1.5% withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable income. Right, Honorable Speaker, the removal of these taxes will ease the burden on households and improve their disposable incomes. In addition, it will support business growth and improve tax compliance. Mr. Speaker, Right, Honorable Speaker, the tax refund account has been abused in recent years. In the last 8 years, a study revealed that 29.1 billion Ghana cedis had accrued to the tax refund account, with only 12.5 billion Ghana cedis, representing 43% of the total accrued amount, being used for tax refund purposes. Mr. Speaker, the study also revealed that 16.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 57% of the total amount accumulated in the tax refund account, was misapplied. Mr. Speaker, which is a total violation of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915, and the Public Financial Management Act. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, there were virtually no tax refund arrests over the period. Mr. Speaker, and therefore, we are reducing the current tax refund ceiling by 2 percentage points from 6% to 4% of total revenue, as defined in Section 69 of the Revenue Administration Act, Act 915. Mr. Speaker, by reducing the ceiling on the tax refund from 6% to 4%, Right Honorable Speaker, we have saved the taxpayer 3.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amount is enough to close the revenue shortfalls from the removal of the e-levy and the betting levy. Mr. Speaker, the e-levy would have accrued 1.9 billion Ghana cedis, and the betting tax would have accrued 180 million. The two put together is just above 2 billion Ghana cedis. By reducing the tax refund account from 6 to 4, it is enough to remove this tax, and the savings will be provided to take care of social interventions. Mr. Speaker, already we have saved 3.8 billion cedis for 2025 alone from one source, and this is enough to close the gap from the taxes we have removed today. Mr. Speaker, to address the concerns from well-meaning Ghanaians on how we are going to close the revenue shortfalls as a result of the removal of the selected taxes, the answer is that we have stopped the bleeding. We have stopped the bleeding. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, with this budget, we will amend the Revenue Administration Act 2016, Act 915. This measure will improve the tax revenue net of tax refund by 2%, representing 0.3% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in line with government policy, the 2025 minimum wage recently negotiated with the National Tripartite Committee will be zero rated. This is consistent with our resolve to protect the poor and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, again, without increasing the levy, we will also review the Energy Sector Levies Act to consolidate the energy debt recovery, the Energy Sector Recovery Levy, and the Sanitation and Pollution Levy into one levy and use the proceeds to cater for energy sector shortfalls and service the inherited debt service obligation. Mr. Speaker, the reset has just begun. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of the energy sector levies, including the Road Fund Levy, Energy Fund Levy, Price Stabilization and Recovery Levy, Public Lighting Levy, and National Electrification Levy will remain to support the achievement of their intended objectives. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana has not sufficiently capitalized on the benefits of its extractive sector to generate revenue to support development and diversification. We have failed to leverage our natural wealth by capturing its rent and channeling it towards productive infrastructure and human capital. Natural resource rent, which is the difference between the revenue of a commodity and the average cost of producing that commodity, is about 14% of GDP in the case of Ghana. However, Mr. Speaker, revenue from extractive industry is around 1.5% of GDP only. This is because, as a country, we have failed to fully capture the economic rent of our natural resources. Mr. Speaker, whereas global gold prices have seen some significant increase in recent times, Ghana has not been able to take full advantage of the development. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, we are proposing to increase the growth and sustainability levy from 1% on gross production of mining companies to 3% to enable the nation to have its fair share of the windfall. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause to 2028. Mr. Speaker, we also propose to extend the sunset clause of the special import levy to 2028. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians and this Honorable House will recall that road tolls on public roads were zero rated in the year 2022. Demand for construction and improvement of roads infrastructure continues to increase, even as substantial arrests and claims in the road sector remains. Right Honorable Speaker, while the annual average collection from road tolls have not been significant compared to its potential, the existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue from tolls to road construction for road significant compared to its potential. The existing zero-rated policy for road tolls has increased the situation and dimmed the prospect of raising enough revenue. We also strengthen the legal and regulatory regime for non-tax revenue and enforce the framework to improve service delivery. This will be achieved through the introduction of an overarching non-tax revenue legislation, amendment of existing relevant laws, and the development of a national non-tax revenue strategy and policy. Mr. Speaker, as part of the reforms to improve other non-tax revenue streams, government will explore the operationalization of a regulatory framework for collection, management, and reporting of property rates consistent with our medium-term revenue strategy 2024 to 2027 and the Local Government Act. So, Speaker, we believe that the local authorities must be given the opportunity to collect their own property rates. Mr. Speaker, the current compliance rate for SMEs and personal income tax is below 30%, which is extremely low. Government will embark on an aggressive and sustained tax education campaign in the next 2 to 3 years to ensure improved compliance and tax revenue mobilization. We will also institute a quarterly dialogue on tax issues among the Ghana Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance, and the business community to ensure that issues affecting businesses are addressed promptly. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to VAT reforms, VAT reforms. Right Honorable Speaker, we commit to the people of Ghana and this House, the business community, that we will undertake a comprehensive value-added tax reform this year. So, Speaker, with the aim to review the current distortions and cascading structure of the value-added tax regime. Ghana's effective rate, VAT rate is about 22%. This is obviously because the 2.5% Get Fund levy, the National Health Insurance levy of 2.5%, and the COVID levy are well added to the base for a final determination of what is due for VAT purposes. So, Speaker, aside the high VAT rate, businesses are not permitted by law to claim their input VAT for NHIL, Get Fund, and COVID levy, compounding the burden on households. Right Honorable Speaker, our VAT regime has been distorted and rendered inefficient. It combines both VAT and sales tax principles with a flat rate, standard rate, and levies. We have requested for technical assistance from the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF on VAT reforms. It is expected that the IMF mission will commence in April 2025. The recommendations from the Technical Assistance Mission are expected to inform our reform. Mr. Speaker, ahead of the IMF Technical Assistance Mission, I will inaugurate a VAT reform task force to hold broad consultation with key stakeholders for their input. Mr. Speaker, the parameters for VAT reform will be to complete, is for them to complete this year. Mr. Speaker, the parameters will include the following. 1, abolishing the COVID levy. Mr. Speaker, reversing the decoupling of GetFund and NHIL VAT from VAT. Mr. Speaker, reducing the effective VAT rate for households and businesses. Reversing the VAT flat rate regime and upwardly adjusting the VAT registration threshold to exempt micro and small businesses from the collection of VAT. Mr. Speaker, we also improve compliance through public education and awareness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revenue mobilization and resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant for 2025 is projected at 223.8 billion Ghana cedis, or 17.2% of GDP, up from 186.5 billion, or 17.4% of GDP. The projection is underpinned by non-oil revenue measures, which are expected to yield at least 0.6% of GDP. So, Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis for 2025 has been programmed at 269.1 billion, representing 20.7% of GDP, down from 279.2 billion, which is 26% of GDP in the year 2024. Primary expenditure on commitment basis is projected at 204.7 billion Ghana cedis, representing 15.8% of GDP, which is a significant decline from 232.4 billion, representing 21.7% of GDP in the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, based on the resource allocation from 2025 fiscal year, the total appropriations for the year ending 31st December 2025 is 290,971,212,435 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, budget financing. Right Honorable Speaker, based on the estimate for total revenue and grant and total expenditure, the projected overall balance on commitment basis is a deficit of 43.8 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 3.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on commitment basis is a surplus of 20.3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. On cash basis, Mr. Speaker, overall balance is a deficit of 56.9 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 4.1% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance on cash basis is again a surplus of 7.3 billion, equivalent to 0.5% of GDP. Right Honorable Speaker, the cash deficit of 56.9 billion is expected to be financed from both foreign and domestic sources. The total foreign net financing will amount to 21.4 billion Ghana cedis. Foreign financing will include a provision for financing from IMF ECF program disbursed of 720 billion Ghana cedis and the World Bank Development Policy operations of 600 million Ghana cedis. The residual net domestic financing will amount to 36.9 billion, representing 65% of total financing for 2025. This is expected to be sourced from the issuance of debt at the short end of the domestic market and opening of the domestic market. Mr. Speaker, the government will take steps to reopen the domestic bond market to extend the maturity profile. The reopening will be executed cautiously to establish large-size benchmark bonds that will enhance market liquidity. Right Honorable Speaker, further is to reduce the risk on debt portfolio of government, and we will build cash buffers to support effective implementation of the liability management strategy. Mr. Speaker, this will help smoothing the redemption profile and mitigate refinancing risk associated with Ghana's debt portfolio. Mr. Speaker, the government in 2025 and the medium term will implement liability management operations to manage the risk embedded in the Eurobond debt profile. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning 2025, we will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to Section 44 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we will be building sufficient buffers in the sinking fund as a landmark reform to manage our public debt. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to report to the House that following our proactive fiscal management strategy, in our engagement with the market, this management strategy has yielded sufficient dividend. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of January 2025, the NDC government inherited a 91-day Treasury bill rate of 28.19%. Mr. Speaker, just 2 months into this administration, we have successfully reduced this rate to 17.72% as at last Friday. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of over 10%. In other words, 1,047 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, similarly, on the 7th January 2024, we inherited a 182-day Treasury bill rate at 28.92%. We have again successfully reduced that rate to 18.97% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. This represents a reduction of 995 basis points in only 2 months. Mr. Speaker, again, on the 7th of January 2025, we inherited a 364-day Treasury bill rate of 30.15%. We have successfully reduced this rate to 19.93% as at Friday, 7th March 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a reduction of 1,022 basis points in just 2 months. Mr. Speaker, on average, rates have fallen by over 1,000 basis points, signifying a strong investor confidence, crowding in the private sector, reducing the cost of doing business, and overall acceptance of economic policies of President John Dramani Mahama, ultimately laying the groundwork for sustained macroeconomic stability. It has been done already. So, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the key policy intervention to support economic transformation and job creation agenda include the following. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy aimed at stimulating economic growth by creating an enabling environment for businesses and institutions to operate 24/7 in 3 shifts of 8 hours each to boost production, promote productivity, and generate well-paying jobs. We will be presenting the policy to Parliament in due course for consideration. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Act, the GIPC Act, and other enabling legislations will be reviewed to support the 24-hour economy policy. Right Honorable Speaker, we will roll out the implementation of the $10 billion Big Push policy for strategic infrastructure development to open up the country and drive sustainable economic growth. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana Gold Board will be established in the course of the year and as soon as possible. So, Speaker, we will stabilize the Ghana cedi and provide stability to the macroeconomy. We will implement an economic transformational agenda underpinned by structural reforms anchored on promoting modernized agriculture, agribusiness, and value addition for import substitution, export, and job creation. Mr. Speaker, we will complement monetary policy with fiscal and real sector policies to reduce inflation. food inflation will be reduced through the implementation of the Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda, anchored on our 24-hour economy. Right Honorable Speaker, we will undertake key structural reforms to support inclusive economic growth, fiscal and debt sustainability, sound public financial management, efficient public service delivery, and good governance. Mr. Speaker, we will restructure the Bank of Ghana to strengthen its independence and operationalize its efficiency mandate. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that social protection is adequately catered for in the course of the year. We will use government procurement to drive Made in Ghana agenda to promote production and consumption of Made in Ghana goods. Right Honorable Speaker, to demonstrate this agenda, as I said, I came to this House with a presentation of a bag proudly made in Ghana by Horseman. Mr. Speaker, this should be encouraged. Right Honorable Speaker, beginning this year, we will formalize the export of Ghanaian labor to other countries. We will ensure a structured and beneficial system for Ghanaian workers seeking employment abroad and create safer legal pathway for them to work in foreign countries while protecting their rights and welfare. Mr. Speaker, this will also reduce illegal migration, prevent worker exploitation, and maximize the economic benefits of remittance and boost foreign exchange earnings. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to how these resources will be allocated in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we will provide a cedi equivalent of $279 million as a revolving fund for the Ghana Gold Board to be able to purchase and export at least 3 tons of gold per week from small-scale miners. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for Big Push project. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated 13.85 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 499.8 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the
Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM. Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3 FM.
To female students in primary and secondary school. Mr. Speaker, we have allocated again an amount of 242.5 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of Akosombo Dam spillage. Right. An amount of 200 million Ghana cedis to support the victim of tidal wave disaster that recently displaced residents in certain parts of K2 South constituency. Mr. Speaker, the overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of dedicated sources of financing. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved it. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. The overarching concern about free secondary education has been its quality and the absence of a dedicated sources of funding. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has resolved the funding challenges by uncapping the GET fund. Mr. Speaker, this makes available dedicated funding for full financing of free senior secondary school education and free tertiary education for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, therefore, Capping and Realignment Act will be amended to uncap the Ghana Education Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, this year, The budget for free senior secondary school education program is 3.5 billion Ghana cedis. By uncapping the GET fund, we will be making available an additional 4.1 billion Ghana cedis specifically for financing free secondary education program and other related expenditures. Mr. Speaker, aside the uncapping of GET fund, we have also absorbed the debt service made up of interest and principal from the Dache bond that GET fund contracted. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 564.6 million Ghana cedis for the provision of curriculum-based textbooks covering the following. 1, 4 sets of KG books and workbooks for about 2.8 million learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 4 sets of primary textbooks for about 800,000 learners. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided for 9 sets of SHS textbooks for about 540,000 learners. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the school feeding program, budgetary provision has been increased from the 1.3 billion Ghana cedis last year to 1.78 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, representing a 33% increase. The allocation for 2025 reflects an increase in feeding costs per meal, per child, from the 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis, representing 33.3%. Mr. Speaker, the government has also allocated 145.5 million Ghana cedis to the capitation grant, up from 84 million Ghana cedis in 2024. This is an increase of 73.4% over the previous year. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 203 million Ghana cedis for the payment of teacher training allowances and another 480 million Ghana cedis to nursing training allowances. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. Mr. Speaker, we have uncapped the National Health Insurance Levy. An amount of about 10 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the National Health Insurance Scheme. And this amount is expected to be used for the following: claim payments, essential medicine, vaccine payments, free primary health care, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, Mr. Speaker, and bridging the USAID financing shortfall. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2025, government will continue to implement reforms and increase budgetary allocation to enhance the implementation of 4 targeted social protection programs, namely National Health Insurance, the LEAP program, the school feeding program, and the capitation grant. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the LEAP program, beneficiaries will be increased from the current 350,000 to 400,000 beginning July 2025. The allocation of 728.8 million Ghana cedis for last year has been increased to 953.5 million Ghana cedis in the year 2025. So, Speaker, we have also uncapped the road fund. An amount of 2.81 billion Ghana cedis has been programmed for the Ghana Road Fund to be used solely for road maintenance. This represents an increase of 155% over the 2024 allocation of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly Common Fund. In accordance with our decentralization policy, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds allocated to the District Assembly Common Fund should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth and the district at the district level to deepen decentralization. Right, Honorable Speaker, I repeat, we have allocated an amount of 7.5 billion Ghana cedis to the district assemblies common fund. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our decentralization policy and objective, we propose to Parliament that a minimum of 80% of the funds should be sent directly to the district assemblies to spur economic growth at the district level and deepen decentralization. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that in a stark contrast to what has happened recently at the District Assembly Common Fund, where only 50% of the released amount are sent to the District Assembly for the purposes of running the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis for agriculture for economic transformation program, of which Feed Ghana, Ghana Grains Development Project, Vegetable Development Project, and Nkoko Nketenkete are all key components of the program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated 51.3 million Ghana cedis as seed fund for the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we have also allocated an amount of 300 million Ghana cedis to the National Apprenticeship Program. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis to the Edumira Program. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated to the National Codes Program. Mr. Speaker, another amount of 100 million Ghana cedis has been allocated for the payment of monthly allowance to all assembly members. Specific policy interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. So, Speaker, I want to repeat this. So, Speaker, sector ministers will be presenting to this House a detailed sectorial performance and outlook, as well as specific sector interventions to deal with the challenges of various MDAs. This is indeed a departure from the norm, where ministers of finance present detailed sectorial performance as part of their budget speech. So, Speaker, I believe sector ministers must be made to do so. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the state of the economy as I have presented does not reflect an economy that has turned the corner. It reflects an economy in severe distress, burdened with debt repayment harms, mismanagement, and lack of accountability. The budget sets Ghana on a path of fiscal responsibility, debt sustainability, macroeconomic stability, and job creation. It is about resetting the economy and restoring hope. Ghanaians reaffirmed their faith in a better future when they actively participated in the National Economic Dialogue on the 3rd and 4th of March 2025. A key outcome of the dialogue was the confirmation that the fundamental problem with our economy is fiscal indiscipline. The NPP administration awarded contracts outside the expenditure framework. They borrowed over and above Ghana's capacity to repay. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's administration will be fiscally disciplined and deliver improved public service to our people in a cost-effective manner. Mr. Speaker, we remain steadfast in meeting the IMF program targets while restoring Ghana's creditworthiness. We have achieved a lot in a short time, but this is only the beginning. Our commitment to reform we will not waver on that, Mr. Speaker. We have achieved a lot in this short time, and our commitment to reform will not waver. Those who doubt our resolve should not underestimate the determination of the people of Ghana, who will no longer tolerate ineffective governance. Together, we will navigate these turbulent times and emerge stronger. Mr. Speaker, we are making serious progress. Right Honorable Speaker, we are making progress. We committed to running a lean, efficient government of 60 ministers. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the e-levy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to scrapping the Burton tax. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to eliminate academic fee for first-year public tertiary students. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing free tertiary education for all people with disability. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to providing dedicated source of funding for free secondary education. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to distributing sanitary pads to our schoolgirls. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap Get Fund. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to uncap the national health insurance. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to uncap the road fund to maintain our roads. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to hold a national forum on education. We have delivered. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to hold a national dialogue on the economy. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free primary health care. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver Mahama Care Program to finance the treatment of non-communicable disease. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to deliver free textbooks to school children. We have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to begin the implementation of $10 million Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. Mr. Speaker, we committed to constitute a review process for our constitution. Mr. Speaker, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to build the Ghana we want together. We are delivering. Right Honorable Speaker, we committed to recover all looted state funds under our Operation Recover All Loot program. We are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we committed to reset Ghana. We are delivering. Right Honorable Speaker, I call on Parliament, the business community, civil society, investors, and all citizens to support the bold reforms outlined in this budget. Together, Mr. Speaker, we have the power to build a resilient economy that will help us tackle the challenges we face as a country. This budget is a foundation upon which we will build a more resilient and equitable society. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not just about numbers. It is about a blueprint for growth, stability, and opportunity. With unity and determination, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, with unity and determination, I repeat, we can restore faith in our economy, foster innovation, and uplift every Ghanaian. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, I invite this House to join hands with us as we work to build the Ghana we want together. So, Speaker, I thank you so much. Idebi Keke.
Honorable members.
FM 92.7.
Honorable members. 40 minutes to make the statement. And I believe by our standing orders, the statement time is ended. We now move on to the commencement of public business. Item 8. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. Presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A by the Minister for Finance. Annual report on the petroleum fund for the 2024 fiscal year. Now, members, this refers to 8A Roman 1, and this has been presented and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. We now move on to 8A Roman 2. Annual report on the collection and graduation of the African Union Import Levy 2024 fiscal year. Honorable members, this report is also duly laid and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report to the House. I will now want to hear from the leaders. I saw the minority leader give an indication that he may want to have a word. Yes. Yes, minority leader.
Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we have been presented with part 2 of the lamentation series. Part 1. Mr. Speaker, the part 1 was Mahamanomics. The part 2 is Forcenomics. And it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that under the economy that they complain about, the growth was 5.7%. And under the research economy, the growth is rather going down. You are projecting a 4-point-something growth. That is what you are doing. Mr. Speaker, the economy that they complain about left us with 4 months of import cover, and they are projecting under reset 3 months. Mr. Speaker, these are the very people who managed the economy up to 2016 and left us with some IPP debts. Today they are telling us that they are coming to renegotiate the very disaster they left us. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. Speaker, we are not debating today. We are giving an indication. Honorable Minority Leader, please be guided by Order 91. Mr. Speaker, exactly so. Very, very guided by that. Mr. Speaker, your statement was that we are not debating today. Oh, Mr. Speaker, we are not making comment on it. We are not going to make comment today. 91, Mr. Speaker, when he makes a statement, we are supposed to comment on it. Yes. Yes. So I'm saying that we are not going to engineer the comment today. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are not ready. We are ready, but we think they are not ready. Minority so I'm only going to give an indication. Mr. Speaker, let the minority leader enjoy his bona fides for this minute. Just relax, Mr. Speaker. I only want to draw your attention to the fact that you can only make comments. Very well. And the comments, not more than 5 minutes. Mr. Speaker, in commenting on this statement by the finance minister, it is clear to all of us in this chamber that today they decided to populate this chamber with their members only to come honorable minority leader. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Finance did not talk about the population of the chamber. So that is not part of the statement of the minister. Please. Mr. Speaker, I noticed that when the finance minister came to present his statement, for the first time after the inauguration, the swearing in, the majority side was heavily populated. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed what we can best describe as an Azar budget. Mr. Speaker, they are all much talked about for 24-hour economy. The president came here, they said it was all ready. The finance minister comes here, and again, the 24-hour economy policy is not included in his budget statement. Mr. Speaker, have been waiting for this 24-hour economy policy. The minister tells us the policy will be brought later. Hey, Ato, the policy will be brought later. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that all the jobs they promised the youth of this country was merely an Azar promise. Mr. Speaker, there is no inspiration from this budget. There is no hope in this budget. The repetition of the social intervention programs. Mr. Speaker, and then the minister complained that some contracts at the road sector had no commencement certificate. Go to the Chain Homes Road. There is a road construction on the Chain Homes. There is a new road being constructed to the 10 homes with a new roundabout. There is no commencement. We did a search. There is no commencement. There is no PP approval. You are doing, Mr. Speaker, you are started construction.
Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. Please, comments. I have given you a privilege. Don't abuse it.
Mr. Speaker, I shall conclude my comments by saying that whereas the Minister of Finance told us that there will be heavy sanctions against all those who go contrary to the PFM Act. Under his own administration, the Chain Homes Road is being constructed now. A new runabout is being constructed. Meanwhile, there is no commencement certificate. Meanwhile, there is no PP approval. Mr. Speaker, the sanctions must start with his own ministers. Mr. Speaker, we are ready for our comments. We know they are not ready, but if the minister is going to stay, Mr. Speaker, let us start the comments on this budget statement here and now, because this Azam budget, we cannot allow it to get onto the shelves for Ghanaians to think that there is any hope. Mr. Speaker, there is going to be comment to expose them. Thank you very much.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader and I share something in common. We were both assemblymen. And when the Minister of Finance made the unprecedented announcement of a gargantuan sum of money for assemblymen, I saw the gleeful smile on his face. Unfortunately, it will not apply to ex-assemblymen. Mr. Speaker, this clearly is a budget of a government and a party that keeps its promises. Almost every promise that was made by John Dramani Mahama is being fulfilled in less than 120 days. This budget is a budget for Makola women. This budget is a budget for assemblymen. This budget is a budget for girls. This budget, sanitary pads, students, girls, students, sanitary pads, there's sanitary pads. Mr. Speaker, the men on this side have started using sanitary pads. Because the sanitary pad is for the female students. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget for school children. They will now get the set of textbooks that they need to study. And peace of mind. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that delivers solid reforms. And this is a budget that is moving our growth from Galamsey growth to real growth. Mr. Speaker, by the time we finish implementing this budget, and by the time we finish implementing the three that will come after this one, Osunu Baya Nkitikiti. Osunu Baya Nkitikiti. Osunu Nkitikiti. To it, Mr. Speaker, the elephant will become small. Osunu Baya Nkitikiti.
Majority Leader, the Minister for Finance did not talk about Osunu. So, Osunu is not part of the statements. Please.
Mr. Speaker, on that note, I want to assure my friend, the minority leader, that the road at Chain Homes that is being done is not a new project. It's not a new project. So don't. There's something else you wanted to add. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that gives hope to Ghanaians. This is a budget that will stabilize the economy. This is a budget that will create jobs for the youth of this country. Because this is a budget that will stabilize the economy and provide the enabling environment for the private sector to thrive and create jobs for the youth of this country. Mr. Speaker, fishermen, Okada riders, taxi drivers, students, and the energy sector is going to be salvaged by the implementation of this budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Finance for making the statement and to assure my friend, the minority leader, that we are
So if you just tuned in, your dial is locked here on 3FM 92.7, where we are bringing you live updates from Parliament as the Finance Minister a few minutes ago finished the presentation of the 2025 budget. Subsequently, we had the Minority Leader in Parliament
is equal to
also go ahead and respond to some of the points raised in the budget presentation, also followed by comments on the floor by the Majority Leader, Mahama Ayariga. And those have been live updates, over some close to 2 hours of listening to budget presentation. But I still have in studio a solid panel for you to dissect a lot of the conversations that have gone on over the last couple of hours. My name is Michael Obodu, but I still have in studio Joseph Paddy. We still have in studio Joseph Paddy He is the Director of Communications for the Ghana Union of Traders Associations. I also have Edward Kariwe, an agronomist, consultant, and former General Secretary of the Ghana Agricultural Workers Union. We also have in studio Dr. Benatete Dumenya. He's a financial economist. And we'll be going for a quick break. When we come back, we'll be delving into the nitty-gritties of all the major highlights the budget that featured in the budget presentation by the finance minister. Stay tuned.
Enjoy the peace of mind that comes with acquiring any of our loan facilities. For whoever you are and whatever you're doing,